The Roohif, are you going to try to rebut this tomorrow when they present it?
Oh, I've got a list of questions that I've emailed him repeatedly, or DM'd him and emailed him. Yeah, I would like those questions answered. Yes. And I should be here for it, so that'd be nice.
Is he going to be here? That's what I'm asking you. I should, but I think I think Alan added this event like just like a day or two ago. So actually, I don't know all the details, but is he going to be there? Michael Heffron? Is he going to?
It'd be pretty annoying if it was just Alan rehashing everything. But I mean, I'll give my list of questions to Alan then, if that has to happen.
Roohif, if we sent you a shirt that says Earth is flat, would you wear it and pose in a picture?
If you send me $1 million as well, sure.
Okay. Thank you.
$1 million?
$1 million. I don't get out of bed for anything less than 10 grand.
Yeah, time is precious.
And still no Foucault's pendulum from the equator. My God, you guys are so far behind.
Extremely venomous Australian reptiles want you to believe unidentified professional surveys measure an incorrect elevation. He thinks I've already sent someone. One of the questions tomorrow is, will you allow a surveyor to come to your house? Or, if not, they'll go to the benchmark, a few hundred meters away. I don't know, he said a couple of times now he thinks I've already sent someone. I'm struggling to find someone to send. Fuck.
So have you thought of actually replicating this with the star and the mountain and the angles?
I can't really do that here. Like I have no mountains to do that with. And I would, for me to get up to see like, I don't know, Sirius rising from the horizon, I don't get up that early. You need a pretty bright star to see it on the horizon. I just can't be asked. There we go. Delete.
So you could do it, but just don't want to.
I already know that Stellarium is very accurate. And I know that theodolite measurements of the type that he did, I know that they match the globe. So,
So your claim is what he did match the globe. So you're not even saying that you need to rebut it with some data that shows what you're asserting?
So there are two things that he did. He measured the angle to the mountain with a transit, right? And he got 2 degrees 30 minutes. Okay. My claim is that measurement is wildly inaccurate. That's my claim. All right. What he also did was get the exact time that a particular star got obscured by the mountain. All right. If you take his assertion that refraction is a myth, then from his house, it should have measured 2 degrees and 6 minutes. All right. And the mountain should measure 2 degrees 31 minutes. So his position is inconsistent. All right. If you assume refraction in a globe, then both the star and the mountain should be at 2 degrees and 19 minutes. And that's what I expect a surveyor will measure. So the globe is consistent because the occlusion of the star happens at the same angle. His position is that it should happen at 206 or 231, which is like almost half a degree. Huge. Over.
Care about more.
What?
Yeah,
What just posted. Keep in mind, Stellarium doesn't know where you are viewing from. What? What the fuck? What? What the hell?
What elevation are they at, Roohif, if you don't mind me asking?
He's at 2,076 meters. But
Okay.
did I talk to you the other night about the bug I found in Stellarium?
No.
No. Okay. So in Stellarium, it does do refraction, all right? And if you put in a location, like if you put in his location at 2,076 meters, I expected Stellarium to take into account his elevation as it relates to refraction. Like if you're higher up, right, you've got less atmosphere to look through, so you get less refraction. Stellarium doesn't do that. So in my video like a week or two ago, I said the predicted angle for the star was 2 degrees 22 minutes. If I sort of manually do the refraction correction, I get 2 degrees 18 and a half minutes. So 2 degrees 19 minutes, which is what the mountain should be as well. But yeah, carnivore, Jesus. Stellarium doesn't know where you're viewing from.
Yeah, that's interesting because I was thinking about that. What elevation? Because when I was in New Mexico, the sky is just incredible. So I was just thinking about I wasn't familiar with the current observation you guys were talking about.
In a way, what I think whatever Carnivore's posting, whatever is that's some screenshot of someone else's comment or whatever that is.
I think that's Heffron's PDF. Thanks, New Perspective, for the thingo.
Well, I don't know that I'm trying to get all into this right now, but there is a way in which Stellarium doesn't really actually plot you on the ground. Like it's actually more of the right ascension declination, like the lat long of the sky is where it's positioning you, and how that lat long actually matches to the ground and distances is what would be in contention.
Right, you tell it where you are on the globe, lat long elevation.
Yeah, but that's how the lat long of the sky is claimed to be placed upon a globe model of coordinates.
No, there's right ascension declination, right? If you consider the celestial sphere to be, right ascension is like longitude, and declination is like latitude, right? That's a sort of from the center of the Earth coordinate system, right? If you tell it where you are on the surface of the sphere, it needs to do a transformation to say what altitude and azimuth is a star going to be. Like that in itself is globe proofsies, right? The fact that you have to do that transformation and it works, it tells you where to look for a star. That's proofsies. Oops, one sec.
It means it's like a flat Earth inside of a globe type. The way you're describing it right now,
there's
not a blue marble,
The way you transform like a right ascension declination, given a lat long, is spherical trigonometry, spherical geometry.
Yeah, it's a celestial sphere. Good job.
Yeah, of the sky.
Figured it out.
Yes, and the sphere that you're on.
Eh.
We're not on a sphere though. There's no proof of that.
You're gonna get the.
Yeah,
that game. That game Operation when you get zapped and you hit the metal to the metal. Eh.
Operation, you're the doctor. Operation. That one. How good is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So ALX or AIX, you literally just do not understand the transformation required. That's it. Is it AI or AL? AI, right?
I don't understand the transformation. I'm saying the transformation is direct evidence that it's flat.
Yeah. And again, you have absolutely no idea.
They are now an AI conglomerate of two people, Stacy and
If I asked AI, if I gave him a lat long and didn't say the Earth's a globe, I just give you a lat long of Sydney or whatever, and an RA deck of a star, I'd give you $1,000 to show me the mathematics on a flat Earth to give you an accurate altaz.
I mean, that's what the AE map is, right? It's a 2D coordinate system where I can tell you where that star will be relative to your position on Earth.
How? Show me the math. Show me the geometry of a flat plane Earth.
How about I just state the fact
of a star? How do you get?
I don't disagree with the math, but I'd rather just state a fact so that your math basically eradicated because you don't really understand the transformation.
No, oh, Jesus. It's like arguing with a fucking pigeon. Anyway.
Bro, you're a glober. What are you talking about? You can't be calling anybody names here.
Right, but even if it's on I'll give you $100 if you can show on a globe how you transform lat long RA deck into an altitude and azimuth. That's just a mathematical exercise.
Yeah, you can transform both. Okay.
Okay, show me the flat Earth one.
It's the one with that it starts from the center of the Earth. You know, the center of mass. No.
So you're talking about globe or flat Earth?
I'm talking about flat Earth.
Okay, so
we're making globe observations, right? Like when you look at the
this is
sun,
flat Earth. If
it's
I give
curving
you,
around you.
I'm in Sydney, and I give you the time and the right ascension and declination of a star. Show me the geometry to give me what azimuth I need to point and what altitude I need to point. Show that geometry. You just can't.
The azimuth would basically be kind of like you can imagine a circle. It would be like on a clock, right? You get that certain angle, and then you get the altitude.
That is what the azimuth is.
I don't get it. It's so simple. I just don't get why you're asking simple questions like this. Like, are we back to grade 2 or what? Is that what globe is now? Or
Are we? I'm trying to think of like a really, really, really simple thing so that you understand the question, right?
Okay, so I see a star. I have a horizontal line.
You don't see a star.
And
you
an
don't see
angle.
A star. No, you don't see a star. I tell you I'm in Sydney, right? So you know where on the map I am. And I tell you the right ascension and declination, like the coordinates of the star in the celestial sphere. And I give you the time. Right?
Yeah.
I want to see the geometry, right, that predicts what azimuth and altitude I should point my telescope at to see the star.
Okay, well, I mean, you'd mostly like I'd have to use the horizontal coordinate system, right? Which is what altitude azimuth is a horizontal coordinate system, right? So right away, what you're stating is kind of oxymoronic if you think we're
Here's a really simplified question. All right, I am 50 meters away from a tree, and that tree is 50 meters high. What angle do I need to point my camera to the top of the tree?
I mean, at an angle. I mean, you can.
Yeah, that's about as simple as I can get it.
Yeah. You point your telescope at the top of a tree. Okay. What now?
Just completely new challenge. 50 meters away from a tree, and that tree is 50 meters tall. What angle do I need to point my camera upwards to see the top of the tree?
Yeah, I feel like I've heard this before. Do you guys all have the same script?
I'm trying to simplify it as best as I can. Because you
And
clearly
you
don't
took
get
this tactic from someone else. Nice being original. Like,
pretty simple question. Carnivore. Carnivore has the best memes in this community, by the way. All over it.
You're probably the biggest meme right now.
Yeah.
Just every morning.
That'll do. I'm going back to my game. What was I doing? Anyway, if someone's capable of conversation, I'd be here for that.
You think globalism is going to survive the globocalypse, Roohif?
What do you call globalism?
Will globalism survive the globocalypse? The globocalypse.
You talking about the Jews? What are you talking about globalism?
I didn't say that. I just
What
said
do you mean by globalism? Then I can answer your question.
Okay. Well, what do you think? What do you want to think of it as?
I think of globalism as international trade, the internet, instant communication.
But how is it linked to the globe then?
It's not.
The modern era of connectivity?
Yeah. It's the fact that we can all communicate, do business, blah, blah, blah. That's all I see it as.
Well, terms like globalism and global really came out when they invented that blue marble. I think it was about the same time.
Yeah. Cool story, bro.
Like global warming and stuff. That's all blue marble related.
Planet. Yeah.
Yep, mind control.
Yep.
Yeah, so to what degree does globalism impact us today? And what's going to happen to that when the globe Earth is no longer the foundational worldview?
Oh, these are the big questions, Gio. These are the big questions. Fuck off.
Bigger question is what's going to happen with all these people get arrested for fucking being globalists?
Should I say get arrested for being globalist? What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, like, because it's weird how globalism is kind of tied into like the bureaucratic system that's getting torn apart right now by Trump, right? Globalism.
I think he's just trying to destroy the federal government.
I hope he does.
Yeah.
Fucking right, yeah. That's fucking what we're here for, man. Fucking right. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Come on, man.
You're not a fan of like a social safety net?
Social safe net. You mean
Healthcare?
Bolshevism? Bolsheviks? You mean Bolshevism? You mean
Oh, if you want to call it that.
Roof, we're gonna put it in. You've seen those big crushers, those big metal things. You just put a car in, it just eats the car. You put a propane tank, it just crushes it. So we're gonna throw
Sure.
globalism in the chopper.
Well, it is
What about
synonymous with the bureaucracy, though.
Oh, 19.
How about the reports of people in Florida saying that their chemtrails stopped when the USAID funding got cut off?
wow?
Yeah. Sounds
Thank
like a bit of
goodness.
rubbish.
I'm
Actually, I
waiting for
noticed
further
it.
confirmation, but
I noticed it. I actually asked a bunch of people that I know online, and they were all like, some people are still seeing them. But I think RFK made like a post about it, and he was like, "We got to get to the bottom of this." Oops, so it's kind of
Smart.
interesting.
Yeah, they banned the red dye. 53 was it? One of those red
And I was
colors.
like, "Yellow." Yeah, it was like yellow 3, and then like there's a whole bunch of them that he's gonna get rid of. Yeah, dude. Kash Patel just got put into power, dude. Holy shit, dude. Now is where we're gonna see the heads roll, I think.
You guys are just blinded.
What was it?
Oh.
Well, Roohif, I mean, to what degree have you considered that there's a global religion,
What?
if
That
a
mean?
false global religion that has been foisted upon people, and that we're in
Believing
the
the Earth is a globe?
and the globalism and everything that goes along with it,
Yeah, it's not false.
like a demonic religious doctrine that is false.
Yeah, what are you doing to me, Gio?
I'm just saying, to what depths have you thought about this?
It's false. The Earth is measurably a globe. It's not just something the government tells you.
Well, they
I
do.
don't know. They get
They
kind of
publish
pissed off when you don't agree with them, though, don't they?
they publish the WGS 84, which is the coordinate system for the
Oh.
globe.
Speaking of that, I ordered a new number plate the other day. WGS 084.
Did you do that?
I
on
saw a
purpose?
reporter that had a planned interview with a former astronaut that was going to come clean, but before he was able to complete that interview, he suffered a cardiac, some sort of heart issue, similar to the reporter that was investigating NASA during the moon landings. I'm sure you guys are well aware or familiar
Sure.
of his untimely death.
Yeah, you see Neil deGrasse Tyson just get hemmed up by the doctor about COVID, and Neil deGrasse Tyson's like, "Oh, but," and he's like, "Yeah, no," like fucking
I couldn't
laces
give a
him
shit
up.
what Neil deGrasse Tyson says about COVID.
Yeah, I know, but it's hilarious because he's like the poster boy for science, right?
Easy though.
I don't think he was prepared because remember when he was on
Yeah,
Joe Rogan, episode 919, he didn't even know about the Earth curvature.
Neil deGrasse is like the whatever the mainstream narrative is. He's like the guy that reinforces it to the people. He's like the jester, the court jester that reinforces it in the like social milieu of like in the way he does in the media appearances.
Yeah, money is set
I yeah,
aside.
I
Yeah,
used to
money
like
set
Neil
aside for
deGrasse.
him. Oh yeah, definitely. All
Well,
those guys.
it's like this vibe of when he speaks and people are supposed to be like almost like sigh in relief, like, oh, thank God, he's reinforcing that thing that they tell me is true, and he's saying it with such confidence. He's being paid a lot, and he's on Jimmy Fallon or whatever, and then it like just reinforces the ideas in that kind of
Oh,
social
dude,
programming way.
you got to see this fucking clip where the guy wrecks him, and then he tries to come back with some fucking bullshit, and I mean, dude's trying to be nice, but it's like pretty good. I'll have to see if I can get a clip.
Ice, is that recent?
Yeah, dude. Like the oh man, there's this one guy who like he railed against like how there was no like real just recently did like a press conference about how there was no real safety checks on the COVID and shit like that. And then he just did an interview with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I don't know when it was recorded, but I think it's more recent than anything. And he just kind of like he's like, so basically, like because he was talking about the social like agreement of like I get the vaccine because for your safety kind of thing. Just hems him up for a sec. I kind of caught it briefly, but Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't look happy. He's like, "Oh, just fucking miserable." It's great.
Yeah, got him groveling. Got him groveling.
Yeah, no, and like, yeah, I'll see if I can find the clip.
Is it economically feasible to send a rocket 20,000 miles away to show people the true realm of this world, or the true nature of this earth?
How much you want to pay?
Because according to Google Earth, that's approximately how far away we have to get from the surface, about 20,000 miles.
Yeah, we had this conversation the other day, didn't we? About how
Yeah.
far away. Yeah, it's like you have to be an infinite distance away to see exactly 50%. Right? If you're closer than that, you'll see less than 50%. Cool. Yeah.
If you were on the moon, imagine
Yeah.
you're standing on the face of the moon and you're looking at Earth. What do you imagine you'd see? Would it take up your entire vision, or would it be a
Huh.
small?
You can work it out, right? Be like, I don't know, probably 2 degrees maybe. Something
Should
like
be
that.
6 times bigger than we see the moon from Earth. Is that right?
Something like that. Yeah, do the math.
Yeah, it's like the Earth should be like. But what are you talking about? The size of the Earth from the moon, or what were we?
Yeah.
If it was that whole heliocentric system.
Do that. Let's do that.
Yeah, it should look 6 times larger.
Is it 6? It was like 3. Whatever it is, someone can do the math for it.
Roohif, what type of container do you think is stronger if it was on the same scale, 1-to-1? A titanium sphere or the Earth's container via gravity?
They're entirely different things. What do you mean stronger? As in no escape? Like there's molecules escaping from Earth's atmosphere. So titanium, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Does the sun add to balance out the loss, in your opinion?
I don't know. Does it give us particles? I don't know. Maybe.
Solar winds?
I
Yeah.
don't think it would balance out, though. I would say that we're losing.
The sun is definitely a huge driving force on the Earth. Like at the subsolar point, along the equator, you can see what the sun's effects. It'll move clouds. It'll evaporate water. It's pretty interesting. 93 million miles away. 8 minutes about to get here.
Yeah.
Wow. I wonder what the G-force is on at that speed. If there,
Yeah, I don't need that at all in my like entire view of the world. Like I don't need any delay really between the sun and where I'm at. Maybe like
What do you mean, the
milliseconds.
yeah.
Yeah, you don't need 8 minutes though. You don't need that.
wasn't it,
Like when I'm seeing the sun, I am
Rama?
seeing the sun. Whatever the sun is, it's live. It's right there. It's not like 8 minutes ago, a phantom image of it from 8 minutes ago.
Yeah. What about Ole Roma? Right? They timed the orbit of the moons around Jupiter, and it showed that when you were closer to Jupiter, they basically worked out the speed of light from those measurements.
Yeah, the idea that somebody's going to be like, yeah, no, that's not really where the sun is, even though you're looking at it right in the sky, feeling the heat come down right on you. Like, that's kind of weird, though, right? That someone would try to get you to not think that. Like, is the sun where I see it, or is it 8 minutes ahead
Question
of where I
is the
see
better
it?
question, Lisa.
Yeah, you're
is,
seeing a
does it matter?
phantom made up pretend image of it, a phantom image from 8 minutes ago that's just
It's like
fabricated and manifest there to trick you that it's the real thing.
Like it's crazy how like the sun's over there, but it's not really right there. I'm spinning, but I don't feel like I'm spinning. The Earth's so big that you can't see curvature except for the boats are going over the curve right over there. It's the weirdest shit in the world, man.
But they're
I'm
not
more
really
interested.
going over the curve. It's actually a refracted horizon anyways. But we're
I
still
mean,
going to use that as a proof for the Earth curve anyways. We're just going to stuff it in there and keep both.
it's offensive at some point. At some point, Roohif, you gotta understand it's offensive.
It is,
Yeah.
especially with Nat Geo keeping their videos up. I forgive them, but they should be a warning.
Roohif,
Just
you're offending Mother Earth.
Yeah. All right.
It's kind of an
The thing,
interesting idea. Like, if you die having a wrong perception of Earth, like, is that how that changes whether you have what your perception is when you die, like in terms of your relation to Mother Earth? Because even from like the atheist perspective, like you die and go back to the Earth, like your body, and that's all you are. But like, if you were in line with what the Earth was versus not, how would that make a difference in your post-Hummus journey?
Dude, has anyone ever had cats and a dog that you're not sure if the dogs are gonna kill the cats?
Yeah, we keep one of our dogs pretty much not inside, so yeah, slightly concerned.
Do they ever like reconcile? Because I'm like terrified. I just got 2 kittens. They're
Oh
so
no,
fucking cute.
we've got 4 dogs and 2 cats. 3 of the dogs completely fine. Yeah.
You know,
Just depends on whether the dogs and cat have like past karma from past lives and they're gonna kill each other, or whether
right,
they're all
right.
good, whether they're all bros and they're
That's
good to
it,
go.
right. Maybe it's like an ancient fucking battle that I've just ensued, gotten involved in to destroy or something.
I don't know. Will they actually kill him though? Maybe in some cases they do. Like, do domesticated dogs actually kill domesticated cats regularly in that way if they're really fighting? Or does it not get to that level?
I've seen a cat save a child from a dog attack.
Dude, right as I said that, I turned around and my dog was sitting there looking at this cat right in the face. And I'm like, oh my God, just have to put him in the other room. Oh, dude, and I've seen him kill cats before, so I know he kills them.
Have you guys seen the video of a cat? It was like babysitting a kid almost, and the kid was about to go down the stairs. So the cat ran in front of the stair and pushed the kid away. I have the video of it. It was just watching the kid
Right.
from a chair.
Yeah,
That
animals are
rings a
cool,
bell,
man.
actually.
Fucking
Yeah.
like this guy, I got a pit bull, and he like, they're like the old nanny dogs. Like they used to leave him at the, like leave him with the kids at the, like imagine going to fucking Central Park with your kid in a pram, and they just leave the kid at like an area with a dog that'll watch the fucking pram, and they go for a jog for like an hour and a half,
Yeah.
come back. That's just cool. Yeah, pit bulls are badass.
Yeah, boy.
Issa, don't you think it's pretty bold that Roohif claims that he's measured curvature, but he still doesn't have any converts?
Well, my only caveat with that, like honestly, like I'm so not against Globers being Globers in that sense. Like if it's their, because like who am I to say what they experience the world as? You know what I mean? If Roohif like experiences curvature, like maybe that's the great deception. Like what if the people that we're arguing against really do experience curvature? Do you know what I mean? Like what if they really do? Like who am I to say that they don't?
I
You
told
know,
one of
I
my
like.
buddies about flat Earth one time, and his immediate knee-jerk reaction was that people experience different things because this is a simulation. I don't believe that, but I thought it was hilarious that that was instantly what he went through to deflect from me.
Well, what's amazing is though, like simulation makes more sense to an atheist than a creator. Like or like something more. I don't know, beyond like ones and zeros. Because I mean, it depends. Like, do you like it's kind of like, do you put the restrictions of the creator on the limitations of the laws of creation? Do you know what I mean? So like, like is ones and zeros, like does that continue out into our world? You know what I mean? Is it just ones and zeros? You know what I mean? I just don't know, because they try to like put it into a scientific box. Like, well, this is the laws of the universe, and therefore God could only operate, like the creator can only operate in this construct, which is like, I mean, it's fair.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier today. It's like, so if he was gonna, some people, the argument was like, why is the evil going on and shouldn't he stop it? So the question goes is, should he start zapping people right out of existence? Because if that's the case, there's going to be a lot of dead bodies all over the place. And then people are going to start saying, oh, he's killing people.
Yeah, right. Poor innocent fucking people. And it's like they're not innocent. But no, like, but I just think like is like, because like to atheists, like simulation theory is rational. You know what I mean? But the implications of a creator, like, I mean, dude, how can you look at like, have you ever looked at like the larvae of ladybugs? You guys ever seen those? Like the larvae of ladybugs are like purple and fucking just intricate as fuck. And
Not
you're
in that
just like, wow.
particular, but I believe it.
Or like, you know what I mean? That idea that like the intricacy of like insects and shit. Like that's crazy, dude.
Oh yeah,
To like to not believe in a creator to me is like more illogical than trying to be a logical atheist.
yeah.
That's like was a like I don't know. It's just
And
weird.
you know, and do you know what's a downside for the atheists is now that they reject the idea of a creator and his rules. That means now they have to succumb to man's rules because now they can't turn to a god because they don't even believe in one to say, you know what, I have God-given rights. Then the people will be like, there is no God, right? Because now he has to.
That's the whole. That's what freaks me out, dude. That's why I'm in here railing about the shit half the time about. Anyway, that's exactly it.
Yeah, I've been,
They want you having like UN human rights. They don't want you to have a creator.
Yeah,
I've
because
made
God
the
they make
argument
given.
that people who honestly believe in God or know there's a God or submit to a higher power are the most difficult people to abuse.
yes,
Well, that's it too. Is like anyone with a. That's the thing, man. Anyone with like, um, a religious belief or a religious set of
yeah,
principles that they're not going to violate. That's the whole. Like think about it. Like if you don't believe in a God, I mean, the atheist is the state super soldier. You know,
Mhm. Great point.
like where because like and like any Christian, it's like is gonna have some moral fiber that like is to God, which is not the state, and therefore you have a split loyalty, and that's why their whole thing is to make it absurd to everybody to think that there is a God.
Yeah,
So they can have their state. The state is the undivided leader of it all. And anyone who has a religion is, old fashioned and like, oh, you're flat earther. It's like, I don't know, dude. Like, you guys think it's all right to like, it's like, I don't even know. Like,
Yeah, they call it all pseudoscience. They call flat Earth and even like astrology. They call them all pseudo. They call that all pseudoscience. Yeah,
gaslight us.
even though those are the most ancient practices of humanity.
and think about it too, like how it's the earth that has like saved us to some extent in the sense of like, the earth has like stepped in and be like, no, you know what I mean? Like the earth is just the complete rebuttal to their position. You know what I mean? It's kind of cool. You
Definitely.
know, like I love that line. The earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof. Right? It's like
That's why
they
it's the
kind
hill
of
to
come.
die. That's why it's the hill to die on because it's an actual hill, and we're all gonna die somewhere on some hill on the earth.
Yeah, yeah, and there's no. And that's what's so. I mean, it's funny. I was kind of contemplating that gas pressure container discussion we were having the other night. I was thinking about it, just how like how like they try to just blatantly use the earth and the gradient of pressure to prove that you can have gas pressure without a container. It's just it's fucking lunacy, man. It's just nuts. It's like that's why I just love the whole Trump show right now because it's like I'm loving arguing the Trump shit because these like there's nowhere to turn for these people now. Like, there is nowhere. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, try to justify all the government corruption? You're gonna try to like they can't win. Like all the arguments are against them. Everything they've done is completely hypocritical of what they're complaining about. It's just glorious, dude. This is like one of the greatest fucking times. Like that's why I don't even give a. I think that's the thing too is they've got everybody busy with flat Earth and it's stupid, and all the fun is happening in the political shit right now.
No,
I
but like you
mean,
were saying though, the thing if I got what you were saying though, the thing about like the Earth thing though, it does just put like a complete like it just says to it's just like no, like to the whole globalist thing and the globe itself and just everything when you go back to like the Jesuit and the Freemasonic, just all the connections going back to like the Catholic Church and where the globe even came from, and then the whole modern era that's built on it, and then the like Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm, which is then where atheism is rooted in. So it is like, so it's just cool, like in terms of course, like the Earth discussion is so complicated and nuanced and difficult to like validate even more so without like more and more funding to be able to do larger projects and tests and things. So there's all of that to it, but it does just put a complete like stomp on the whole like New World Order thing, you know, like there's no questions at that point. Like if they've lied about the Earth, there's no questions there's something going on, you know? Whereas everything else, they could still be okay, maybe. Like maybe there's just some bad pharmaceutical people with vaccines, but really it's not all corrupt. It's just some bad eggs, you know, some bad eggs here and there, you know. But the Earth one is just like it really it's like the full stop on their whole uh operation they have going on.
well, you know, too, is it's like it's not even that it's like we know what the shape of the Earth is, or that it's not even that like I couldn't be somehow agreeable to the globe or whatever, like couldn't entertain like the idea that there's a gradient and that you can get out of it. Like we can entertain those ideas and we can postulate them and find them. You know, the worst part though is that they try to condemn you for not accepting it. And that's where they fucking become Nazis. And that's where, as soon as you're going to condemn someone for not believing what is questionable, do you know what I mean? Like, it's like if you're gonna condemn me because I don't believe you, what happens after you die? Like, fuck you. You know what I mean?
But
You can't.
you're condemned because when you fall asleep, when you wake up, you're not a million miles in a different location in space and time.
Right? Yeah. Or like,
Therefore,
yeah. I don't accept that. So therefore, I'm like the worst person in the world. You know, it's like it's the weird, and it's that that's the offensive part. And like that's what they'll never grasp is that it's not the argument even. It's the it's the fucking insistence that you believe them that makes it offensive, and that's what makes it a religion. Like I'd be more amenable to fucking the globe if they weren't such dickheads about it however many years ago. You know what I mean? Like
if it was just an option and not a demand to accept it.
right, right. Like, you know, if they even when they fucking talked about boats going over the curve of the earth, if they conceded that it might be optics that have deceived us for however long, but you know, it doesn't mean the earth's not a globe. Like if they just rolled right over that, they wouldn't have had half the issue that they've had. But this is what the best part is. They got it coming anyway.
But they probably wouldn't have
Like,
gotten the masses though. That's the thing. They wouldn't have gotten the wool over the masses because that's really what they needed. If they hadn't done it this way, it seems. Like would
well, I
they have
mean, they
gotten
wouldn't have been able
this
to. Well, that's it's more like forces their Hegelian shit. You know what I mean? Because it more forces it. It's like you know, it's like someone running into the room and being like, "Hey, everybody, we got to get in this bus and get over here because you know what I mean." Like that's how they do it. And they get everyone all scared, and they're like, "Oh, what do you mean?" And they're like, "Gotta get in the bus, gotta get in the bus. Oh my god, what happens if we don't get in the bus? Oh, I don't know. We'll never know. Get in the bus." You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, and somebody's like, "Hey, wait a minute. There's nothing really going on." I'm like, shut up. You're fucking with my fear tactics to get everybody on the bus. And that's what flat Earth is. Flat Earth is like, hey, I don't know if we really need to get on the bus. And they're like, no, you definitely need to get on the bus. Oh my god, the world's ending. And they're like, no, it actually looks like the sun's coming up just like it normally does. And they're like, no. get on the bus. Like, shut up. You know, like,
The Earth is a globe because cell phones and computers. Look at all the advancement.
right.
It's
And you
wound
need
into
to
your entire world. The fact that you're driving cars and flying airplanes, it's the foundation of everything. Yeah.
you're
It's
denying science and you use a telephone. Yeah, it's sick, dude. But that's all, dude. I am so amped up. I did Cash Patel fucking getting nominated is huge. The Jeffrey Epstein list is huge. They're gonna drop that. It's so fucking cool.
Yeah, we talked about that the other day too. That's
Yeah,
good.
man. I hope they fucking. I hope it comes. You know, it's just interesting. It's like fucking Doge might have enough money to send every tax-paying household $5,000. You saying? Possibly more.
Yeah. Invest in the people.
Well, I mean, we've just been getting fleeced. You know, like we've been getting literally like they've just been fleecing the shit out of everyone. It's like I was in Gems or whatever. It's like, you know, they were apologizing for all the accounting errors and shit. And they're like, well, you know, it's really difficult to like, you know, because it was like we were talking about Zelensky got $175 billion and he only got 75 billion. There's 100 million or maybe 100 million or 100 billion missing. And they were all like, you know, apologizing for, well, you know, it's really tough because you got to do financial aid and you know all this different shit. And I was just like, dude, you're just apologizing for missing $100 million, and they're like, it's not like an accounting error. Like, and the beauty of it is that, like, you know, your household is expected to account for every penny. Why shouldn't the government be? And these people will apologize for the government, but fucking will let it slide that they're gonna get nitpicky about penny pinching on some fucking. You know, they were gonna hire 80,000 IRS agents because you got $600 in your bank account. And like these people
Yeah.
are apologizing for fucking the government corruption, and it's like this is just they can't like the globe is too like you can't pin anything down kind of, but like this shit is like this is like in the books, like these niggas fucked up and they're gonna get caught for it. You can't like just like can't you can't judge somebody who's a glober for wrong think either. You know what I mean? Like you can have the globe, that's fine, but this is beyond some skeptical shit. And this is sweeping up all those bastards. Like I'll never forget. Like I got a feeling, like you know, what's his name, Lawrence Krauss. I got a feeling his name's gonna be on that flight log because he was out here defending the globe like it was nobody's buddy's business early on.
Question.
You know that show Non Sequitur, right?
Yeah, hang on, Isa. Question though.
Yeah, hold up, hold up.
Let's
Are you
say,
are you friendly? Are you friendly with that guy Krauss? Because he was with that whole fucking Non Sequitur crew,
is he?
right? Oh yeah, he fucking was like one of the fucking yeah. They were a fucking little op.
Anyway, with let's assume it's a fact that Trump is on the Epstein list, right? Because they were best friends, right? Would you trust Cash
Best
Patel?
friends.
Yeah.
This nigga. When did you come up with best friends? Like just now or what?
No, it's been reported.
You mean when he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago? Was he best
No,
friends?
Trump and well, after he got fucking sued publicly or charged publicly.
No, actually, the
Anyway,
story is that he hit on Ivanka and then he fucking kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. Ivanka was
right.
like 13 years old, and then like he hit on her and then he fucking kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago.
Anyway,
But what's up? So let's say,
question is, if Trump is on that list, will Cash Patel truthfully publish the list?
yeah, but he's not on the list.
How do you know?
Well, for instance, like the flight logs that people have hacked from WikiLeaks, etc., show that it's really like Bill Clinton and those guys. And actually, like it's the whole
Flying on
that's the whole
Epstein's jet.
interesting. Well, I mean, like the thing
You're
is
aware
like
that
a lot
Trump
of
has his own plane, right?
well, Trump's the one who said fucking that, you know, he goes to Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton's got a big problem with the Epstein list, and that was in like 2016. So the only fucking one of them that's been exposing Epstein has been Trump.
I've
So
seen that.
I doubt he's on
This is
any
strange.
list, and if he is on a list, I just don't think it's his. I don't think it's like the, you know, I don't think I don't think he's in bed like with the fucking whole shit show like the other people. I think Epstein was a Mossad op anyway.
Right.
You know.
I saw Trump himself say people who are pedophiles are incurable. I've seen him say that.
Yeah, and I love him, dude. He comes out with the QAnon shit. He goes, I know they don't like pedophiles. Because I don't know anything about him, but I know they don't like pedophiles. Like, dude, he's the only motherfucker who's
Is
been
he telling
opening
the
up this
truth
can of
there?
worms.
Is Trump telling the truth when he knew nothing about QAnon?
No, actually, I don't think. I think he knew.
What?
I think he knows way more about QAnon. Yeah, thank
Exactly.
God. Yeah. So what?
He
The
lies
thing
half
is,
the
because
time.
We're
Well,
gonna
the
get.
point is that also it's a point of diplomacy. Like I've often said, like as the Lego man, like of the archetype of American society, right?
Just a
In the
fucking dog.
capacity, well, in the capacity as the president, when they come up to him and they say, "Do you know about QAnon?" He's like, "I don't know what you're talking about. Tell me about it."
But he does that, right?
That's yeah, I think he does. That's the good
So
part about it. That's why we don't give a shit. We love that you think that
you
that's a
don't
point of
care that he
intrigue. I don't know.
lies?
The fact that you think that that's a point of intrigue is hilarious to me. And
Well,
I,
he
yeah,
was
of course,
for QAnon.
I think Trump knows way more about QAnon, and I'm so glad that he would never lead on that he does,
Why?
because it's already done. The whole shit was
there's a,
already it's already done. Now he's elected. All the people who were savvy to the QAnon shit did their job. Now we're just asking Trump to do his.
You see, Issa just decided that he's gonna have the best 4 years of his life, and he just said,
Fucking
"This is
right,
it.
nigga.
It's
That's
gonna
right,
be the
bro.
best one."
Exactly. Dude, you talk about the Illuminati. I
Uh,
love the line about the Illuminati. It's like the Illuminati is a small group of intellectual, highly superior intellectual men who have control over the world, and it's me and my friends. That's how I look at that.
yes,
So yeah.
and because they actually do have factions, and there are people who have gotten tired of corruption. They do believe in God now, and they feel it's their duty to make things straight, and they think it's a spiritual battle. That's just my opinion. Because
I think.
when they're speaking with victims like these children, something that brings them closer to God, and they're like, okay, we got to stop this.
See, I think this goes into the astrotheology shit. I don't want to. Forgive me, Roohif. I like talking to you. I kind of steamrolled over what we were talking about. But like, I am interested in um, like the astrotheological, like meta side of shit. Like where like they have to bring us into like a better age than they've had us in, kind of a thing. Like it's something to do with their astrotheology, and it's like they used to be able to like put everybody to death and go to war and kill 200,000 people like it was nothing. And now, for some reason, they can't. And we got to go into a golden age. It's like in the stars. Shit. But Ruhif, what do you think if, like, let's say Trump knew more about QAnon than he led on? Um, why is that a problem?
You just threw the word QAnon out in an answer to a question, and that's just one of the lies that Trump tells. Anything that might get him into trouble, he doesn't have any idea about it. Like he lies constantly.
So you guys just say that shit. It's like when you guys are like, Witsit just lies constantly. He just, all he does, you guys, this is why I love you guys, because you're so predictable. And I like you, Ruth, man, but dude, leave the cult, man. Like, it's like literally the Democrats, like, sound like the Globers to me. Like, the backstepping, like, the willingness to, like, I literally had Jem telling me that Joe Biden at no point sounded, uh, incompetent. That's what he was arguing today. He was trying to argue that Joe Biden at no fucking point looked incompetent. And I
that's
just was like,
a tough position.
Jesus
Well,
Christ, bro. I leveled, I think we leveled that room, me and that kid Gakushi or some other kid. I could just
another
laid them to
question.
away because I was like, it was just hilarious. And I know
All right,
Gakushi, I'm sure. You go over there. He's a little
all
bit
right. Trump
much, but I
Trump
like
was
him.
asked about Eric Adams. Eric Adams got offered sort of we'll drop the charges
The
if
mayor,
you help
right?
us with of New York, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Trump was asked about it. He goes, "Oh, I have nothing to do with it. And first I've heard of it." Like, do you believe that shit?
What, that the mayor is sick of fucking immigrants?
No. The
And that
Department
Trump
of
didn't know it?
Justice. The
And that
Department of
Trump
Justice
didn't?
has offered to
Uh-huh.
drop the corruption charges if he helps with immigration, right? And they're going to hold these charges without prejudice.
No,
And
that's
Trump
from
was
the
asked about
Democrats.
it.
Yep.
Yeah. And Trump said, "Oh,
Yeah,
I've
the
got no,
Democrats were going after Adams. The Democrats were
He's
going
corrupt.
after Adams.
Yeah, he's corrupt. He should be fucking tried."
This guy. Yeah, but he really what he did was he came against. Well, it's kind of weird how he stepped up against the immigration policies, and then immediately the Democrats were like, "You're corrupt," and then tried to put a
He
fucking
was
lawsuit on him.
charged, and then he sucked up to Trump. Do you not see what happened here?
I love it. As long as he followed Trump, I'm okay with it.
Yeah, but he sucked up to him purely to try and get off these charges, and then Trump pretends not to know what's happening. Like, he's so transparently dishonest. I don't
No,
know
I don't
why
know
you
if
guys
that's what
don't see
happened.
it.
I think it was the immigrants kicking the shit out of the police officers and getting away with it. And the immigrants that were fucking like, remember they like punched some police officers, and then the kids got arrested, and then they were released without bail, and then the kid got arrested like 24 hours later, like stabbing some fucking lady. So I think that's probably what did it, because people in New York are like, and I mean, like they're sick of it, and like I mean, I've heard right now it's like people are going into the bodegas and shit, and there's like, nobody in the stores because all the illegal immigrants don't want to go into the fucking public.
Yeah, the question is
I think
whether
that's the
Trump
most
lies.
honest thing ISIS said. I think that's the most honest thing ISIS said. Is that he doesn't actually care so long as he's with Trump. He doesn't care about
Yeah.
actual
I hope it pisses you off. Hope it
Well,
fucking
that's
infuriates
kind of
you.
But that's
an
all
own the libs
all he
attitude,
cares about
right?
is
Like I said
lip
before,
service crying on.
Since he had to go with an ad hom, that's the
No, but
that's the
that's
weight
the
of it.
attitude, right? When I said before he doesn't care about a social safety net, he goes, "Oh, like it's fucking Bolsheviks." I mean, do you care about
Well,
other
hold on.
people, Lisa?
Hold on. Isn't socialism? Because the question becomes this. This is like the grander Ludwig von Mises fucking discussion is the idea that like either the state is going to take care of the welfare of needy people, right? Or like we used to do it, the churches will. So either you're going to rely on the churches to do it, or you're going to rely on the state to do it. The problem with the state is that the state then forces itself to the point where now we have income taxes, and people are going to fucking have some like Dunning-Kruger fucking like Stockholm syndrome reaction where like, oh, we can't live without fucking income taxes. I have to give my money to the government. That's where we're at right now because people are so far believing that the state is going to do it for them. And the state has not done it for very many people. Like,
And
I
what
mean, it
does the
does. Like,
church do?
thank God that, hey, thank God for social services. Like, I know people right now that get heating assistance and shit like that, which,
Yeah,
they fucking need. I'm not denying that. And I'm just saying that I don't know whether that should be mandated through the state or, be something of charity from the churches.
right.
And
But
that's
what
the age
happens
old
when the
debate of
churches help?
socialism.
What do they
What's up?
send along with help?
What do you mean, a Bible?
Yes,
What?
they evangelize, right?
Well, like, yo, I mean, hey, if you want the help, it's like, hey, how
Well,
about this
if you
though?
want the help from the state,
Hold
like you're
on,
gonna have to pay
hold
tax.
on, hold on, hold on. If you want to fucking be tax exempt as a church, 501c3, you can't discuss politics.
Yeah, but they do,
So
right?
no. So when well, I mean, fair
What do you
enough,
mean, no,
some
no,
do,
no?
but hold on. But the point being is that like you are now because you're getting the hand that feeds you is the state. You can't actually preach what the Bible preaches. Like for instance, if we were to go and preach and talk to you guys about, well, Sodom and Gomorrah, and anyone who fucking is gonna have sex with the same sex deserves death. You know what I mean? Like, you
Yeah,
can't
so
say that.
the
Hold on,
churches
hold on,
aren't
hold
going to
on, hold
help
on.
those people, are they?
Hold on. But the church can't even say it. The church can't even preach its own fucking doctrine without being considered going against political party lines.
Right? Are they
Which
going to
is and
help
this right,
gay people with HIV?
right. But I mean, my point
Are
being is
they?
that's for like they should go to other gay people to help them with that problem, dude. Fucking my thing is like fucking if they the church though either the church is gonna help out or the state's going to mandate it. And obviously, the state has not solved the problem, right?
Right. But who's going to help the people that the church disagrees with, like gay men with HIV?
Well, no, that's where the church doesn't care, man. That's
Right.
where that's
So,
what. No, no, listen, man. This is the beauty of Christianity. To be honest with you, the beauty of Christianity is that it is more forgiving than almost any other religion. Is the idea that, like, it's like gonna forgive you your sins. It's not gonna ask you about whatever. It sees that you need food. The church doesn't care. The church offers. Think of all the churches that offer homeless food. Have you ever eaten at a fucking church? Ever had to even? You know what I
no.
mean? I know I have. I have in my life. You know what I mean? Being fucking broke and living in cities and shit, and a church will fucking offer free dinner on Thursdays, so you go. You know what I mean? And shit like that. Like, God bless those people. They don't fucking ask you what your faith is. They don't care. They're there to be serving food to hungry people, and that's what church is about. And that's what they're not asking you fucking to believe in Jesus and accept him as your savior.
Really?
When you're hungry.
Oh, I don't know. I think a lot of people's experience might differ to yours.
Yeah, and a lot of people's experience will go exactly in line with what I'm saying. You know what I mean? So yeah, I mean you're right. There is some fucking fucked up people, and that's going to be found whether it's the state or the church. But it's just a matter of which way do you want to, what kind of dress are you putting on it on the
Oh yeah,
pig? You know,
I think the state. I would 9 times out of 10 go with the state. Absolutely.
And I tell you what, and I'm not, dude. I don't disagree with you because their accounting is better. You know what I mean? They're fucking like, or it should be. And I think that actually the state apparatus, if run correctly, would help a lot of people. But it's not run correctly because you got a bureaucracy of a bunch of dickheads that are apologizing for, like, not using our money correctly.
And you got fucking jackasses like Prosperity Gospel and Kenneth Copeland and fucking who else? Benny Hinn and all these fucking charlatans, right?
Oh, dude, and I mean, I know. It's like, when there's all the Christian pastors that are talk about the name of Allah being like the name of some devil god and shit, and you're like, what the fuck? It's like so weird. It's like, where did you come up with this? And I don't think they should get government funding. Like, you're going to be preaching about all kinds of whatever. But I also don't think that's Christianity. Christianity is so fucking lenient and forgiving. Unless you're going to start trying to.
Is it though? Is it a capital offense in the Bible to have sex with another man as a man?
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, because well, and so what? It's gross.
He without sin
No,
cast the first stone.
no.
Yeah, I think
Gross.
that's first off. Yeah, it's
Should we
disgusting, dude.
legislate? I think bananas are gross. Should we outlaw bananas?
Well, it's not in the Bible.
Oh, shellfish are in the Bible. I think shellfish are gross. Do you eat shellfish?
Well, it's been a new law written, dude. Aren't you familiar with the gospel? Do we need to bring you
I
to the good
am.
news?
Are you saying God changed his mind about gay sex being a capital offense?
No, he didn't change his mind about
No.
that.
Right. So it's still a
Uh,
capital offense,
Mind
right?
about anything.
Because
yeah,
you
it's
Easter find it
it's
icky.
gross.
Yeah, you
It's
find it
so
icky.
gross. How about this?
Therefore, I should kill
Roohif,
you.
look like this.
Like
Roohif,
what?
I'm gonna ask you one question. Name me one benefit that two men being together has, other than their sexual desire. What benefit
Yo,
does it
kind of
profit the
funny.
Because they
world?
want to. Because they want to, and it's not hurting anyone else. It's like why should a heterosexual couple have contraception and just fuck? What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I don't know, because one of them's fucking natural and the other one's gross.
Oh, plenty of homosexual animals. That happens. I've literally seen a monkey sucking its own dick.
Well, we're not animals either, Roohif.
Right.
Unlike, I tell you
What is
at least
your
those of us who are flat earthers, we're not related to monkeys, Roohif.
okay? But what is your idea of morality? Like what makes something moral to you or immoral?
Whatever Trump said.
Well, whatever God says, right?
Whatever Trump said.
Yeah, but whatever God says would be your correct answer, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, and I think that aligns with my values. Yeah, whether I've been raised into
Hang
that
on.
value structure, but yeah, I like it. It's good for us.
Okay, but
This
your
structure.
values just happen to match God's? Is there anything you disagree with God on?
Like what?
I don't know. Fucking
I don't
shellfish?
have
Is
the
it a
I don't
crime
have
to eat
the urge
shellfish?
to go. Well, yeah, shellfish is permissible.
Okay, so you disagree with God. Who's correct?
Well, he
So
didn't.
Roohif, like
It's a new law, right? That's the
I
whole
can
thing about the
No,
I
gospel.
no,
can display your
you can't
evidence
say
for the
new
question.
law.
Roohif, just imagine, like, if something is true, then it could be accepted with everyone, right? Without any problem, right?
Is this new moon that pranked Duffy?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
You
you're
still
unmuted.
remember me?
So yeah,
Yeah. So just imagine if something is true,
you're on
then it could be accepted by
25%.
everyone, right?
No interest in talking to you.
Why?
So,
Oh
Issa,
my
what
God.
makes shellfish something that's not immoral to you?
Because they're delicious. A little bit of butter, some
Yeah,
salt.
so you like it. I find it icky though, so I reckon it should be a capital offence.
Yeah, that's not
you want to
and
talk to
eating
the other
shellfish
guy.
is not a capital offense either. I don't think.
No, but it was immoral, right? So I'm
Yeah,
going
that's
to
not a
outlaw it.
capital offense. So why are you equating it to capital offense though? There's a strict thing about if you're putting your dick in another dude, that's a capital offense. Like you die.
Yeah,
Yeah.
why though?
nothing wrong with
Why?
that.
Is it just because God says so? Is that the reason? Or is it just because you find it icky or God finds it icky?
Well, I think
No,
what
there's
God said.
practical.
Well, what God said and my initial reaction to it align. It's gross. It's disgusting. It doesn't
Okay.
create
Like I
anything. It's a
said,
complete fucking. It's a completely useless practice, except for self gratification. And if somebody wants
so
to
is
do that, like
heterosexual sex
as
with
an
contraception.
yeah. I do
Right.
exactly. I don't want to hear about anybody's heterosexual sex either. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I
That's
don't give a
between
shit
you and
about gay
God.
sex either.
No. Check it out. That's between you and God. If you guys want to fucking, you want to hang out with your boyfriend, that's fine. That's between you and
Is it
God,
though?
man. I don't want to
Is
know
it
about
though?
it.
It's not fine.
There's
Like,
rules
just
for
Not to
imagine.
me. I think it's no. Not to me. It's disgusting. Like I'd start throwing
Yeah,
rocks at you.
fine.
Maybe I don't
That's
fucking
fine.
know.
I think
But like,
shellfish are disgusting.
well,
Yeah, but
great. Well,
Roohif,
don't eat
This,
it. How about this? How about this? I won't eat. How about this? It's like the difference is shellfish will give me nutrients to allow me to live another day. Sucking the dude's dick doesn't do anything for
Right.
anyone.
I will keep coming back to the
just
examples.
imagine
Heterosexual
every
sex
man
with
becomes gay.
contraception gains no one anything, right? It's just for pure sexual gratification.
It's just practice for when they're fucking for having a kid. They at least
No, it's not.
they're getting ready for something that could be productive.
Okay,
When
so a
fucking
woman post menopause, can a woman post menopause have sex?
probably yeah, of course
Right.
you can. Yeah.
Why? Why is that? She can't have kids anymore.
I don't know. It's because she's.
That
I don't
that's
know.
not
It's the way God made it.
plenty,
I don't know.
That's the way God made it. There you go.
plenty of women after menopause can have children. There was
Well,
there was a
no, they
case
can't
last
have
week.
children. They
There
can't
was a
have children.
case last week of a 75-year-old black woman was 13 weeks pregnant.
I don't know about that.
I'm serious. It was on the news, bro. And then
Oh,
the
if you
doctors,
believe the
people
news,
don't
okay.
realize that that's more common than most people realize. That women after menopause get pregnant. A lot more common than people realize.
yes, Roohif, and sex, quote unquote sex, is very special, and that there should be rules to it. And when people don't,
What makes it special?
well, because there's a chance of a life entering into this world.
What about
And if
lesbian
people are
sex?
not equipped or have the rules, that's when
Man
harm
having
takes
sex
place.
with man cannot
Lesbian
begot a
sex? Is there a
child.
chance there?
Pardon me?
Like two women having sex, or two men, whatever. Do you find two
They will
women
not.
having sex icky, Issa?
They cannot begot a child. If everyone become a gay, then the world will be destroyed in 100 years. It's completely wrong.
Gio, just quietly. It would
Against the
be
truth.
my vote or my request that New Moon be booted from the server. He
Oh my God,
caused
if you don't
quite
have
a
an
few
answer for
people,
that,
quite a few flat earthers, in
just
fact,
imagine every
anguish.
man become gay,
And I think
the
it was a
world
pretty
would be
disgusting thing to
destroyed.
do.
Oh my God, you don't have the answers.
Why would every man become gay? What sort of fantasy books have you
if
been
becoming
reading?
gay is not a problem, just imagine if it's okay
No,
to
I'm
be a
asking
gay.
why it would happen.
Every man become a gay, the world
How
would
would
be
that happen,
destroyed.
dude? How would it happen?
Because they're teaching the kids to be gay.
Well, first off, that's a whole nother
Only
discussion
some.
of like, how's the whole world going to get gay? We're not going there. I mean, what we were talking about was the idea of like, let's say like, I guess Roohif was kind of pushing like, about God and homosexuality and shellfish. And I just think like, yeah, like the sexuality kind of thing, that's something that you keep in your bedroom. Nobody wants to know
Same
about
with
it.
gay men, right? Same with gay men.
All of
They
it,
just have to
all of
be
it,
gay.
Yes.
all of it. I don't want to hear. No, exactly. But that's between you and God. You know what I mean? Like I said, though, it's like my point is like, hey, it's I just keep it out of people's face. It's nothing to be proud of.
Oh,
How about
keep
that?
your
It's not,
heterosexual kissy out of people's faces.
right. But I'm saying like being gay or being whatever isn't something to be proud of.
Well,
It's
neither is
something that it's like,
heterosexuality. Like,
yeah, I know.
did you
proud of
choose to
Nobody's
be
walking
heterosexual?
around. Well, dude, nobody's
Um,
walking. I mean, like maybe like married couples or new couples, this, that, the other thing. But nobody's really flaunting their. There's like social norms about that shit.
Yeah,
Like, you
well,
know what I mean? And the
social
problem is that
norms.
like
Why do you
those are being
think?
torn down by a bunch of gay people trying to tell everybody that they like being gay. It's like nobody
Right, why do you think
cares
that is? Why do you think that is?
They're
because they're
mentally
because
ill.
attention
they,
whores.
No,
Because they're
because they
attention
got
seeking,
beaten up.
fucking egotistical
There's
retards.
a place not
That
far
they are
from
mentally retarded
from
people.
here where a guy was pushed off a cliff because he was gay. Right, there's gay beatings. Right, there used to be happen a lot in the 80s and 90s. Right, they were oppressed.
It's
Right, so
terrible.
now they're
Yes, there's misinformation on both sides. People attacking the people are misinformed, and the people who are making those choices are also misinformed. If they had more information, they would likely not want to do whatever they partook in.
What do you mean? As in, you
Yeah.
think gay men don't want to have sex because they? What are you saying?
No, I think if with new information, they would no longer have that urge. And in fact, they would probably want to marry a woman and have
Oh, shit.
an amazing life with.
All right, pray the gay away.
what?
I think they outlawed
Well,
that
yeah, I
here.
think definitely like dude, like just like life has mysteries and shit. Like I don't know how fish breathe underwater and shit. Like I don't know what makes a gay person want to be gay, and I really like I said, dude, it's like the whole thing is just put it in the
Nothing.
bedroom, put it back in the box, put it back in the fucking area where we don't fucking see it because it's gross either way. You know what I mean? Nobody wants
No,
to
sir.
fucking see
You need to
two
chill
dudes
out, dude.
kissing.
I've got a
You
gay
need to
friend
chill out.
who came out when he was about 17 or something. And the way he came out as gay is he went down on a chick. He was trying to be straight, went down on a woman, and vomited. Right? He finds it icky as well. He finds women icky in the
Yeah.
same way
Right.
that you find gay sex icky.
Yeah,
And
it's
For me,
as
just
long as we're
because
all
someone is
as long as we're all keeping it in the
mentally
bedroom, it
ill.
doesn't matter.
I agree.
Yeah, that's
Someone
all.
is
Yeah,
mentally ill.
cool.
But sometimes we
Wait,
want to
so
do a little.
can someone
Um,
scientifically prove that gay exists?
sometimes we want to do a little street parade, so just every now and then.
I know
well,
you
did
guys
you
shut
know
down.
there was a
You can do it too. You can have a straight sex parade whenever you want, but we're
Yeah.
gonna
We don't have
we're
to.
gonna,
We're too
we're gonna
busy
have some gay
fucking.
ones, a few gay
Ru-
ones.
Oh no!
Ruhith?
Tell you what. Tell you who's busy fucking is gay men.
Ruhith, would this
Yeah, with that
statement be
A's.
true?
Say again.
Ruhith, is this statement true? At one point, there was a time where children, especially, were forced against their will into gay sex, and so, because of that extreme trauma, some psychologists believe that it was so traumatic that they had to relive those experiences, but try to in a new way by remaining in control. So they really
Oh,
is a way of coping.
What?
Now,
When do?
sounds like
When?
a
hold on. I'm almost finished,
niche
please.
thing.
And then, and today, unfortunately, thank goodness that's not the case as much because, well, hopefully, but now it's trendy because there might be a push to say, oh, let's try it. There's two
Trendy.
sides of this whole issue,
Right.
not just one side. And thank you.
Did you choose to be heterosexual?
Yes,
You did. So you're sort of
I think
repressing your
so.
homosexual. You're repressing your homosexual urges.
Well, I don't think I.
Needed to be taught.
Well, I just find women extremely beautiful.
Yeah. So do I. Guess what? Gay men find beautiful.
Oh yeah, but
What?
through conditioning, remember,
Is it?
there's also
Through
conditioning too.
conditioning.
Like I said, remember, some children were abused, right? And then because of that trauma, now they continue that lifestyle. Not that's not for everyone. Now, also, I'm saying because there's also people who are trying it because it's cool, because it seems to have been an agenda.
Yeah, that's just rubbish.
No one's
It's just
having gay
rubbish.
sex because it's cool, dude. You've
Yeah.
watched a psyop video.
Yeah. The funny thing is, I've got another gay friend who is actually an identical twin. His straight brother, married with kids, is a pastor in a church,
Roohif, if you're just talking about yourself, you don't have to say. You don't have to hide it. It's okay.
He's
Got all these gay friends and shit.
oh, well, sorry.
Yeah,
My wife
he's
grew up in
asking for a friend.
yeah. My wife grew up
I knew a
in
gay guy. He
Darlinghurst.
once threw up.
Are you gay?
Roohif,
My,
Roohif
my
threw
wife
up
lived
on a
in
chick. He was
Darlinghurst.
a nice
Hang
girl
on.
and shit.
My wife lived in Darlinghurst, which is like the gay area of Sydney. So she had a lot of gay friends, and then they've become my friends. Anyway, yeah. So Timmy's a gay man married to a man, and his brother is a pastor at a church. Like it's just the fucking polar opposite of each other.
Yeah,
But they're identical twins.
501c3 churches that allow that shit, dude. That shit ain't Christian.
Yeah. So like I said, churches aren't going to help him, right?
Yeah, like Yeah, no, just because the problem is the state got involved, and then they tried to tell people that they couldn't preach the Christianity that preaches about Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the gay people were like, "We can join a church now too." And now nobody's
Preach it.
even teaching Christianity anymore because that shit is an abomination and should be made fun of and put back in the box.
Yeah. All right. Is it a capital offense
Right.
to work on the Sabbath?
Maybe if you're Jewish.
No. Either it's a capital. Okay, if you're Jewish, is it a capital offense to work on the Sabbath?
It was back
I
in
don't
the
know.
day, but with Jesus's clarification, he without sin cast the first stone.
Well, did
Also,
God
too, you know what
change
I
his
found?
mind?
You know what?
Did
Hold
God
on, hold
change
on.
his
You know
mind
what?
on what's moral?
Yo, you know what I found interesting though too is like, yo, dude, like, even in Revelations, I find it interesting. Like, everyone associates like Christianity with Judaism. No. Judaism lost their blessing. They are the fucking like as far as the church goes. This is what's fucked up. And this is how far we've come from being Christian. Is that they're noted as like there's no connection between Judaism and Christianity per Revelation because because they rejected what it is. They are the synagogue of Satan. There is
Over and
no
over
connection
again.
between.
Wow.
There's no connection.
All right.
No connection. It's just gone. The whole
No,
connection.
exactly
Gone.
right. It's actually really interesting when you get into it because like people try to equate all these old Jewish laws with Christianity, but Christianity, at least in Revelation, says specifically that no. These people lost the plot. They're not the chosen people of God anymore. Or any of that shit.
We can see past that because that's another Christian psyop.
Right, but we can't even preach about that shit. Like, or Christians can't even
No,
preach
you
about it
can.
because it's against the 501c3 state rules. This is why the less like
Preach. What?
you've brought into the because you've entered the state into the chat, right, if you will. They fucking are saying, "Hey, you can't teach about this, this, and this," and then before you know it, you got gay fucking bishops. Which is
501c3.
completely not Christianity, dude. That shit is supposed to be put back in the box. Like I've been saying forever, bring back the bullies. Because
Uh,
these people need to be bullied into realizing how stupid they are. It's like the whole COVID shit. When you guys
if
were
we
coming
bring
along, everyone should
if we
just get
bring back
taken
the
half and
bullies,
like you're retarded. Like more of that needs to happen.
we bring back the bullies, you'll end up in psychology by being
This guy.
bullied. By being
Okay.
bullied. I'll bully
I
you.
don't know.
Anyway,
Johnny be on more medication.
in witchcraft, the whole point is a male and a female polarity, but we still have gay priests because we're woke. So
Well, a lot of
They're
the
still
priests
bareback.
themselves were abused. If you actually get down to it,
what? Yeah,
from my research, a lot of the former priests were abused themselves.
some. Yeah, I don't think all. Some.
So what's happened is there's two primary factors: people who are reliving or coping and trying to control it in one sense, and then there's also people who are trying it out because they're hearing about it, and you've seen the material that they've tried to enter into the school literature. It's kind of
It's not
unbelievable.
school literature. It's books in the library that some schools have.
Well, thank you.
Maybe I'll give you that 1 in 1,000 gays were abused homosexually, but the other 999 just grew into being gay.
Fair enough. But the thing about sex, it is so special. The creator made rules for it. That's why it's the seventh commandment.
No, he didn't.
You don't think the
can
Creator made
you can
rules for
stick your willy in an
creation?
apple pie and it feels good. So did God design that?
Oh, I didn't hear that. Can you please repeat?
You can put your dick in an apple pie and it feels good. So did God design that for you?
That's an
Or did he?
interesting question.
Is there a
But
rule?
back to
Did God say never
creation,
fuck
though.
apple pies?
Yeah, but we're talking about creation, not feeling good. Because feeling
That's
good,
what sex is.
you can
Though.
get
You can't.
feeling good from so many other sensations.
No, sex is
Whereas
especially divine feeling good.
creation is so special. Do you know what's crazy about creation? Literally, creation is so special. It's gotten so perverted that people are trying to kill the creation. And it's
It's nothing to
literally
do with it.
how many abortions have taken place since the inception? It's unbelievable. I
Because
was
we
4 until I learned. I watched this
just
movie
trying
called
to accept the
180,
point.
and it
Sex
changed my
isn't
mind
just
completely.
sex isn't just about creation. It's about enjoyment, unity,
No, no,
magic.
yes, it is about enjoyment, but it's like a hand in hand. There's probably there's two pros to it: creation and enjoying. The
Yeah,
creator, of course,
you're
made it
just saying
enjoyable between a
you're
husband and
saying we
wife.
shouldn't enjoy it.
Well, for a husband and wife, there's rules.
Or
Rules
a
make the
man and an
fun.
apple pie, or
Yeah, eat the apple pie.
two women. Sex is for enjoyment, so that they're going to enjoy it.
Well, a lot of the times women are forced into it because of money.
No. 1 out of 1,000,
Yes.
maybe 999 are just lesbians.
But there's usually still a male-female dynamic. If you've seen that, you'll see someone take on the male role.
Yeah, which is why it doesn't matter if we let some guys do the thing, because there's always a nice dynamic of
But it's just showing what they're truly after, and it's just like
no.
it's just a temporary like false reality that
It's
they're kind of
showing that
they have to deal with because it's like the closest thing to the real thing.
it's
It's
showing that
close, but it's not the real thing.
the principle of gender hermetics, that every man has got a woman inside and every woman's got a male gender inside. But what they really want is to be a lesbian. So just because they're a bit masculine or their girlfriend is a bit masculine, that's
Or
hermetics. That doesn't stop them being a lesbian.
or you could look at it like the creator put it in within us to be empathetic with the other sex,
Yes,
because there'll
that's
be
true, but
times
you can
when
still
throughout
be a lesbian.
marriage. Oh, pardon.
You can still be a lesbian if you're empathetic with the other sex.
Okay, yeah,
The
that could be
enjoyment.
true, but I'm just saying there's
Attract-
special rules for creation, and what's happened is you could
No,
see what's the catastrophe around creation. The people take it for granted, and it's just devastated so many people's lives, and it ripples through on it. It's really like a generational curse for some people, but thankfully the Bible shows how to break that generational curse.
we're still, as humanity, is still struggling out how to balance the enjoyment and the practical science creation of sex. Some people are gay, they don't care about the creation side, but they might want to adopt someone else that's created a baby. Just because the Bible warns against something that sometimes causes harm doesn't mean the Bible's correct. It just means they were bigoted and didn't understand the full nature of sex.
No, think of it as the rule book,
Yeah,
because
oppression,
breaking
but
the commandment breaks people's hearts. Not just the people interacting in sex, but maybe the children as well that come from that.
what children? What do you mean?
The byproduct of sex, especially sex out of marriage, because you know what I mean. And then what leads to abortion because of the misinformation,
This is
and
crazy,
then
crazy talk. You're never going to be able to control sex or abortion in humanity.
no,
That's
it's not
women.
about exerting external
Abortion is
control.
women's
It's about
choice, and sex
I
is
agree
everyone
with
else
you.
but you. Everyone else except you's choice.
No. It's not about me exerting control on someone externally. I'm talking about people self-regulating because they have the right information. Right now, there's so much confusion. That's why the state of the world isn't what it is, because of misinformation. But when people get the correct information, they'll be able to make logical and rational decisions.
Yeah, some people do that already. But we're all
Yes.
trying to figure things out. We don't need the Bible to get us there.
But the thing about trying to figure things out, why waste all that time when it's been figured out? It's out. It's laid out very clear.
I'll tell you why we reject the Christian figuring things out.
King is back, by the way.
It's because Christianity lied on so many accounts that now we don't trust them. So even if they manage to figure some things out, we're not going to listen to them.
I understand, but you could also look at it like this. Imagine you have competition. Sometimes the people are going to go and then do campaigns to attack, to make the competition look bad. You know what I mean? So it'll sabotage them. So essentially, that's what Satan's doing. He's trying to make Christianity look bad. So he's infiltrated. That's what it's called, putting the wolf in sheep's clothing.
No, we can actually make it look bad for real. We don't even have to do that many tricks.
Oh, pardon me. I'm so sorry.
We can actually make it look bad for real. We don't need tricks. We just need to speak about how oppressing and indoctrinating it is.
Well, that's also true, because I've seen countless videos, and I was guilty myself. It was Ray Comfort who was going around asking people, especially Christians, can you name the 10 Commandments? And most of them couldn't do it, and I couldn't do it either. So I made my.
Thou shalt not boil a goat in its mother's milk.
Hell say, and thank God they don't know. Why would they want to know 10 made-up rules by a rabbi?
They use the rules anyways for their house. It's
No,
the atheists use the 10 Commandments for their house too.
No, but they might agree with 2 or 3 of them, but the rest they think are stupid.
Well, I'm pretty sure they use the majority of the rules when they allow people into their house.
I'll give you 3.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me. No idolatry.
Do you know why it's great? There's a logical order for the rules. All you have to do is just analyze it. You don't gloss over it. There's a logical reason. They're all in perfect order. The first 3 are for him, and it's for you, because if you put him first, you'll be protected, because you can turn to your God. He's more powerful than all these other so-called gods. He's the same God that gave you your family. So of course you're going to give him respect. So the first 3 are for him.
Yeah, but people in my house can say "fuck God," right? That's fine.
Well, he gives them the freedom to do that because he's a loving and patient God. But can you imagine like a parent hearing that from their child, being so ungrateful?
The commandments that we agree with are the ones that we justify with our own morality.
Wait, Roohif, I'm sorry but you have said this on the live stream, so this is not like necessarily a personal thing. But did you say your wife is a Christian?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Yeah, we disagree on that strongly.
So you're familiar with a lot of these like arguments. I mean, does she ever try to like convert you though, or no?
When we first started dating, yes, and then it's turned to her father, and then it went bad. So we no longer we don't do that.
That's what I remember you just saying. Yeah, we don't talk about that at dinner, family dinner anymore. Okay, right. So wait, she just gave up. She's like, all right, I like this flat Earth obsessed guy. I'm gonna marry him and be with him anyways, even though he's never gonna be a Christian.
This was like 2006, right? So
I know.
I don't think she had the sort of apologist chops, but her father kind of does. So she pushed me towards him. Yeah.
Does he accept you now or no?
Oh, he accepts I'm an atheist, sure. Yeah, we're fine. We just don't talk about religion anymore.
So he tried to get you, couldn't get you, and he figured he'd give up and just still be cool with you.
Oh, if anything, I push them to accept evolution. Yeah.
Oh, really? All right. Wait, you accept it, or at least just see your view or something in the middle?
Her mother, I think, accepts it. I would say her father understands it. Understands why it's. Yeah.
Did you get out the graphs?
I did not get out the graphs, no.
All right, sorry if this was a derail from your guys' combo, but I was just thinking about that because, like, sounds like you've already been confronted with these arguments, or like somebody trying to like tell you, like, about. Yes. It sounds like you're well versed in like basically debating it in a way, or having your responses for it is what I'm saying.
Yeah, this is like going back. I've been married almost 18 years, so this is going back quite a while.
So, Globers say they don't follow the "thou shalt not put no gods before me," but They actually worship science like it's a god. So that's basically, they don't let any god before science. So they do follow it.
I don't worship science.
But you don't put anything in front of science, do you?
You just say you
Sex.
don't question science?
I don't worship science.
Oh.
And science
Yeah, I
is not
didn't
the
say
be
you
all and end all.
worship science. I said you don't put anything in
Yes, you
front
do.
of science.
Does science govern your decision-making process, Roohif?
Day to day, no, actually.
It seems to govern a lot of your medical choices. So.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
that does. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Day to
It
day, I'd
says
say
like
no.
it's some pretty critical decisions that you're actually doing, and you're outsourcing those critical decisions to the
Yes.
frontier that we call science, right?
Yep. Yep.
Did your belief in the globe make it so that you paid a lot of extra money for Coriolis insurance that you really didn't need?
That was pretty well done, Gio. What was I doing? Whoops.
Yeah, Coriolis coverage.
Yeah.
Comprehensive.
Speaking of
No,
that,
but
we're,
it does form your actions in a lot of ways. Though we've talked about that. Like, does your worldview actually like form how you react or act in the world? How you like even treat others? It goes pretty deep.
Yeah, of course.
So, Roohif would still marry you, even though you're a Christian. But he would also debate you on the logic of your presuppositions and assumptions.
Oh, the debate with me and my wife didn't go very far. She basically said, look into it with the sort of hint that if I did, I would accept it. That was the feeling that I got about it. Yeah, it didn't happen.
What was the topic
The
specifically?
Bible, basically. Yeah.
Oh, you say
Christianity,
Biden or Bible?
The Bible.
Oh,
Christianity trying to control the sex of humanity, and I say they've got no chance.
Pretty much.
you say control of the sex of humanity.
Yeah, like if gay is good, if lesbian is good, what happens to the kids if someone's gay? Do people get abused? Or sex parties, sex out of marriage?
hey, Dawn, do you think it's cool that like gay couples can buy kids?
Buy kids. You mean adopt?
Is it cool that barren women who cannot have kids are allowed to adopt? I would
In
say
some
yes.
cases, coerce. What's custody? Like coercing for custody. That's kind of the two words I was trying to. Like they use coercion to get custody of children in some cases. Some people do. I'm saying in general.
Yeah, that always happens because people fight for kids, and some of them are weirdos.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what Issa meant, but like, could be.
I would actually be more in favor of a gay couple, more in favor of adoption than just a random fucking trailer trash heterosexual couple just fucking and having a kid.
Most it could be just as good or better. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Should they have parenting classes or courses?
Do heterosexual couples demand parenting classes? Or
Yeah,
are
should
we
it be
headed that way?
mandatory?
Would you answer the same? I would say the same for a heterosexual couple. Should heterosexual couples be obligated?
Yeah, I
to have
think so. Just
parenting
like a
classes?
driving license, you should have like some sort of basic training.
Okay.
Let's not do that. No. This is the
Well, there's the
common.
idea. I think there's the base.
You want to keep the fan like. Go ahead, Gio.
Oh, sorry, we were just delayed. Oh, just real quick. There's the idea that the base biology that when a woman is actually biologically pregnant with a man, that there is some level of that base level of protection and care for the child, and and the intuition and the mother's intuition and all of that. Now, I'm not saying some women don't like ignore that, and certainly some do, and are not doing a very good job of, in some cases. But I'm just saying there is that idea that the biology is like sort of the educator of how, in a way, if you listen to the body and all of that.
Yeah, I don't know how many single mothers are out there in particular communities, but that doesn't really ring true, I would say.
Well, it depends on how disconnected people are, but I mean, a woman like in the forest somewhere just giving birth, she'll like be very loving towards a child. And there's a lot of the biology that's there, the hormones and everything, and the bonding hormones and stuff. But yeah, a lot of those are suppressed and altered, and there's chemicals suppressing these things. Yeah, go ahead.
Is
Alex.
is a kid more likely to go to a drag queen show if their parents are gay couple?
Yes.
Great
It's like
point.
it's like
Of course.
it's like there's dots and standards all over the place. There is no sort of issue with me as far as like a standard like what you got a stable gay couple taking on a kid. I think I would prefer that over an orphanage if I was to sort of like these options are all at the table and many people go through these experiences, but yeah, I guess if I was to opt, if say I was a child that was an orphan or something, I'd probably prefer to be with a gay couple than in an orphanage. Does that make sense with you guys? Where would you guys go?
It's no question for me. Like,
Well, like in tribal societies or like tribal peoples, they like there's like usually multiple women will raise the children. Like there'll be maybe like multiple women and then many children, and so like the children are often raised by like several women in a lot of cases. So that's pretty natural for that to be the case. Therefore, like two gay women that raise a child in a way that does fit like the structure of humanity, that you may have several women that are kind of intermittently caring for several children at once, kind of a thing. But still having no father figure there is problematic. So yeah, obviously ideally having some kind of interaction with males, because that would happen too in like a kind of tribal type living. You would also have the children would maybe the young ones would be with the women and stuff in the day and whatnot, but then there would still be like the connection to the men as well as they're coming of age as well. They have that kind of like strength, the bonding and strengthening that happens as a young man is coming of age, and then obviously woman is a little bit of a different path usually, but
Yeah, I guess we're trying to sort of also at the same time in this conversation, the way I'm sort of extrapolating is that we're making the best out of a shitty situation. I still think optimal sort of situation would be that communal sort of raising. The West has got its problems with like the nuclear family sort of being isolated and raising kids within that sort of premise, which causes a lot of stress and all the rest of it. But that's by the by. It's just the status of the environment we find ourselves in. I'd much prefer to grow up in what you're describing, though, Gio. That's a curious thing about it, though. The society we've constructed is actually not really optimal for the raising of kids. It's
Thanks,
actually a situation in which the state takes over control for a lot of the sort of the imposition upon the kids' growth and imagination, I suppose. You're never going to get away from that.
You've got some good reason happening. You said you'll be fine with it generally.
With
It's
what?
actually
Sorry.
with two guys having a child. Didn't you say it's actually
be-
better
it's-
than some other
It's
thing?
better than, yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. You hear the horror stories coming out of those orphanages.
Oh,
I've heard
yeah,
enough
yeah.
from like Anthony Fauci's testing on orphans, in the real Anthony Fauci book, to be like, yeah,
Yeah, Stanley Plotkin as well.
you gotta read what Fauci sanctioned for that orphanage and testing of I think it was cancer-based drugs. what they were doing to those kids, it's diabolical.
Yes.
It's the kids were refusing some of the drugs, whatever that reason may be, that they refuse the drugs. They may be difficult children or whatnot, but apparently a couple of them, they just bypassed the oral. They just put a tube into their stomachs and started injecting the drugs through the, like, bypassed it. And so they were basically forcing the kids onto it.
Orphans.
Yep.
I saw a horrible clip the other night about this guy in court being interviewed about vaccine practices. Anyway, he said they brought up, and he admitted to the fact that they often test more dodgy stuff on the retards, but they admit that they're not going to get into society, so we can test more stuff on them.
The most vulnerable.
Yeah, right. It's pretty dark. I mean, that the claims that are made in RFK's book about the real Anthony Fauci, the book's titled "The Real Anthony Fauci," but the claims made about Fauci hasn't. I thought this was always an interesting point. Like, he hasn't countersued. He hasn't sued for defamation. He's just saying that they're not legitimate stats or legitimate information. So I don't know. Would you sue? I guess this is a question more for the likes of anyone that believes in the scientism aspect. I mean, would you sue if they were making, like, if RFK is making false claims about you and you say that you're like, you are the science, because that's what Fauci said, right? I mean, yeah. Would you sue? Would you sue for the defamation? Like, you'd think so, right? This guy's got enough money. He could do it.
Yeah,
Yet
he
he
could
doesn't.
probably get more money. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it just at least to sort of quash. I mean, if you really believe in vaccines and the allopathic medical system, RFK represents essentially misinformation. So you could sue him. It should be pretty easy. It's just not happening for some reason.
Thankfully, people are starting to wake up, though, and that should be a good thing.
Yeah, I suppose I'm kind of seeking a little bit more for like the root cause, at least from a philosophical point of view, of why this is happening, how we've allowed this to occur. I mean, they don't do anything without our permission, essentially, right? Except for those kids who are left in a vulnerable state and then sort of drugs are imposed upon them. But that's been sort of allowed through the scientific bureaucracy. That shit's been allowed to occur.
Well, dude, think about. I mean, that's why I like can't help but to be so fucking like holy shit and happy. Is that this is like the first time in history where we're actually like there's actually a political organization that's powerful that's like, hey, wait a minute, let's look at all this shit. Like, how fucking cool is that? Like, all this shit has just been accepted and just shoved down everybody's throat. And you know, if you didn't like vaccines like 10 years ago, you were like an anathema. Like, everyone just was like, oh my god, like, you know, it's all ending. How fucking cool is that, dude? Like, you know, I remember literally like how many people like I remember talking to vaccines with like people, and I'd be like, and you're just like, yeah, I'm not this or that, and they're just like, but aren't you worried about measles and mumps and and it's just like, no, shut the fuck up, like, and like now it's all in the fucking discussion, it's on the table. And it's pissing off everybody. It's so awesome, dude. Like, anyone who's pissed off that they're gonna do like vaccine safety checks and all the rest of it, like, Go cry harder, dude. Cry. Because you bastards were trying to force vaccines on people. Go fuck yourself.
I mean, this is a little bit relevant, but I went and go search. Was it about Kennedy, the original Kennedy? What is it? Not RFK, John F. Kennedy. So JFK. He bought in the vaccine. The within one of the acts, he brought in the vaccine sort of healthcare paradigm, so called by the government at that point in time. So that was basically to improve. This is their claim anyway, to improve the healthcare standards, and vaccines was one of the primary sort of deliveries of that. So that's JFK right there. And then later on, I think it was during Reagan's administration. What's the other fella's name? There's another Kennedy. I think it's is it? So you got JFK, RFK. There's another Kennedy, which is like I think the brother of JFK.
Yeah, he was like,
right?
yeah, I think he was a senator.
Okay, yeah, and he allowed for so he voted positively towards the Reagan administration's what was it? They removed the indemnity insurance, also the indemnity on vaccines, so that pharmaceutical companies didn't need to pay for damages. So that's the Kennedy legacy, and then all of a sudden we got this new apparent Kennedy that's come in, and he's supposed to like provide some sort of deliverance from the problem that we're sort of observing. I'm skeptical.
Well, I mean, the thing is though, dude, but you have to take into consideration, like, these discussions have been taboo. Like, this is the first time these discussions are being like openly had. Like, that's what's interesting. I mean, I get the whole like, you know, what's really coming down the pipe kind of a thing, like the curiosity about it. I just think like all of that has the ability to get fleshed out and flushed out. You know, like,
man, I'm hoping for the best, expecting the worst. That's my position on it in general. I don't think that they're going to deliver us from any sort of solution, as far as that's regarded. They're basically using this as a cushion. I mean, I consider both sides of politics to be relatively well controlled. This is the only way we could get to such a chaotic state in the world, is if both channels are actually controlled. And they're just playing off one another. So they're going to put up the pretense of a remedy.
I gotta ask this question though. When did you start getting into all this information?
Pandemic.
So that's only like about what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years
About
ago?
3 years ago. Yeah.
Like, I mean, and that's all. Like, that's awesome. I, whatever. But I just, as someone who's been in this for so fucking like since like a long time, over 20 years, like the skepticism that I see amongst like new people into this information, like as much. I mean, I totally get it. But like, this is the fucking first fucking time that we've had political people talking about any of these discussions. So when like, it's like, it's so frustrating for me to like try to point out the fucking like amazingness of this. Cause that, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, this is unfucking real, dude. Like, we have been, like, I have been ostracized and fought against for years for saying that vaccines were fucking horrible for you.
Mm-hmm.
And like, now we're finally getting some traction. And then for everyone, like, people that are like, and I like relatively new to this, like, I don't know what you guys expect. Like, you're fucking like, you're like, I'm just, that's what I'm trying to just like, and granted, I'm so thankful that that everybody's waking. I'm so thankful for that. But my point is like, dude, we got to be grateful for where we're at right now also. Like, because it's been worse before than it's been like this.
People waking up to the facts is not down to Trump or the Republicans. It's down to us realizing that the Satanists run a psyop.
Right, and that's why Trump is our political vehicle to fucking
No.
hit them in the face. And like, I know you guys are all naysayers, but like, I don't
In
give a
response,
shit. We're winning.
in response, Issa, I would say I try to position myself and imagine, say for example, during the what was it, smallpox, so-called sort of, or polio for that matter, I think is the reference that I usually go to. The vaccines that were coming out at that point in time, there were a whole group of people pushing back against these vaccines. They noticed what the problem was, and then over time, they just like through the media, they graded it down. They sort of washed away the problem, and they put it in the back of everyone's mind. Like it's no longer in the forefront of people's mind. And then we find ourselves again in this present time fighting against the same problem fundamentally. And I just like I would imagine that I would have been a person back during the polio sort of vaccine time, that I would have come to the recognition that there's a problem occurring here, and then they got rid of the polio vaccines or they reduced the requirements for it, whatever. People celebrate those wins, but then over time they just build it back up again within the social
Yeah,
sort
but
of
that's not what
fire.
happened. That's not what
That
happened
that
though, because
that's what happened.
you
Yeah.
didn't have a political figure, let's say, to triumph on behalf of the voices that were against vaccines.
I think that they would have had people back in that time, just like who's that fella in America? I always thought he was so fantastic. He's a Republican representative within in Congress. His name's like I can't recall. He was running a lot of the like he had McCullough and the McCullough in sort of like were like in Congress or something doing the big meetings. You would have had representatives at that point in time talking out about it, but then it's just like lost the winds of history essentially at this point.
No. But that's the thing is, you didn't. No, because these people were all paid for. Like, imagine trying to like tell the world about a grand conspiracy that politicians are in on it with a fucking newspaper, dude. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
and then imagine trying to get in the way of like government backroom deals between pharmaceutical companies as it's all happening. Like,
you
there
can
was no
find those,
political.
man.
Well, where?
Yeah,
Who was the
they were
who?
they were way sloppier back then, dude. With as far as their rollout of the like, they didn't have as many people indoctrinated the way they do. They
Right,
were
and
far
they
sloppier
still
back
ran it, and they ran it through because they had politicians willing to turn the turn the other way. My point is, this is the first time we've had a political administration that is literally equipped to
then.
combat
They're not
this
anti-vax, bro.
onslaught of shit.
They're not
No, dude, most
anti-vax. If
people
anything, they're going to
bro, I hate to
massage it.
break it to you. I hate to break it to you, but most people love vaccines, dude. So if you're going to get involved in diplomacy or like democratically elected fucking representatives, that's what the people want. The people want the vaccine. That's fine. They should be able to have them. But the point is, you can't force people, and that's what's going on right now. Is they've forced people to have to take this shit,
Hang
or
on,
else you
yeah.
can't get your kid.
Hang
You
on a
know,
second.
and that's the discussion. Yep.
You just said that most people love vaccines. I don't think that's true. Not even close. A lot of people despise them, but they were basically tricked into getting them through fear tactics.
Dude, you're talking about the COVID vaccine. I'll tell you what. How
All
many of those?
vaccines.
Well, I'm just saying, I know quite a lot of people that still, like, I know older people that still go to CVS for the flu vaccine. Like,
Okay.
I know
What
that
about
these people exist, is my point. Like, you know, I mean, granted, like, and this is why I'm so excited is that you're right. Right now is like, we're winning. Most people are fucking like, wait a minute, I didn't need that. What do you mean there's this, that, and the other? Like, we're at the first point in history where it's a general conversation that maybe that shit was bad for you as opposed to being a kook. You know what I mean? Like 20 years ago, you were a nut job. When I said I didn't want vaccines, like back then, it's like they thought you were nuts. Now
Yeah,
it's
but
on the table. It's open to discussion. This is like advancement, and that's all I was trying to get the point. Is that I've been in this so long that I'm happy for these little bit of victories. And not, I don't even think these are little victories right now. This is fucking monumental. What's going on?
you know, if you're going to get into politics and things like that, that's a different story versus it's like two spectrums of a different story entirely. But vaccines and Trump are actually intertwined because he rolled out Operation Warp Speed, and I don't respect him at all for actually doing that. Maybe he was coerced into doing it, and was probably the case because of Pfizer and all of their shareholders basically just saying, yeah, you have to do this because otherwise you're going to tank Pfizer.
Yeah, so what do you think would have happened if Trump came out and said, I'm not going to follow the medical advice of the highest paid medical professionals of the government right now? What do you think would have happened? What do you think the newspapers would have printed?
So
That's
this
a
is when we get
far-fetched
into no, but this
hypothetical,
is
but I
Trump
don't know.
apologetics. This is apologetics at that point, and I acknowledge where you're coming from, man. Like, I do appreciate that there would have to be a sort of like a fine line that would be carried if you were to, like, if I found myself in the position of Trump, right, being able to sort of command this. I suspect I would have to be very careful about the declarations, right? I can't just come out and say I don't believe in vaccines. So I acknowledge your point on that front. It's just that it becomes apologetics for that administration, for that system. Like it's just a it's a slower path to hell or whatever that terminology is. What's that terminology? It's like you're taking a slower path to the inevitable.
No, the path to hell is led with good intentions.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you. So these are good intentions, like as so sort of interpreted through anyone who's a Trump supporter, essentially. But it just sort of fails. I mean, I don't know, man. I'm a bit of a rip Band-Aid off kind of guy at the moment. Like, allow it to fail, let it. If you don't let things fail, then they're basically zombies. They're corpses, they're corpserations, and all the rest of it.
Well, you
This is
know what it's like though?
it's
It's
about.
like, so okay, so let's say like somebody in power gets in power and they're like, you know what? Marijuana is bad for you. We need to make marijuana illegal again. You know what I mean? Like it's again, you're back to the drug wars of like it doesn't work. You know what I mean? So like it's like these ideas, like some people are really so convinced that they want to take vaccines. Well, okay, if you want a vaccine, here you go. Nobody's gonna force anyone to make a take. That's the difference. So
If you're
like,
still
it's not like
providing,
everyone's like mandatory has to smoke pot, but like I don't think that they should tell everyone that, it should be like illegal to have pot. Same thing with
okay, so
vaccines. If you want a vaccine, you want to fucking put that shit in you, that's fine. Just
okay,
don't
I
fucking tell me I got to do it.
sure. I put myself in the situation, right, that I was the president and I could make all these choices, as laughable as that notion is. I just want to ask you the quick question. Would you allow for federal funding still to go into vaccines in your administration? Because it's not about whether people have access to it or not. It's like, are you going to continue to fund the this particular product that people are obsessed with, apparently? Because that's what's happening, right? They're still funding
But
it.
I mean, I
Like
think they're
he's
gonna.
still putting a lot of money towards that.
Well, yeah, and I mean, they're gonna label that as like scientific research. It's like I was just like come up with the idea, like that's like I was just looking up this thing about the Gila monster they call it. It's like a lizard, and it's one of the like they use this like it contains I'll read the thing here. It contains a hormone that can help treat type 2 diabetes. So they extract this hormone out of this thing called the Gila monster and then use it for like diabetes medication. Now, I'm not necessarily for trying to put fucking this shit in you to solve diabetes, but it's like I understand like that's a why. Like, how did you come up with that information? Like, they have to have studies. They have to do what they're the studies. That's the
Oh,
only funding I could see. It's like
what
because
are
it's
they
just
doing with
case in point of
it?
like that's a pretty weird thing to find out, or I don't know how you'd find that out, or if it's worth it. I don't know, but I'm just
Yeah.
saying
So
like they fund the studies. Yeah.
you want to solve the problem of diabetes too, and you're constantly pumping money into the pharmaceutical industry rather than pushing more into sort of like health
Well, no,
advice
it's
for stay away from.
Carnivore diet cures type 2 diabetes. But like
Sure, sure, but
what
they're
I'm
not.
just saying
This is
is
the
like,
thing, though, man. Like they're focusing on the pharmaceutical solution to the problem that is a social problem they created. Like they literally created that social problem, and they're trying to solve it pharmaceutically rather than like respond to it in a behavioral
right, that's why
sort
it's
of.
so awesome that RFK is in there talking about eating healthier and like the idea that you could get like like that doctors can give you prescriptions for food, like that you can write off as a tax thing,
I've
like
heard
what
that.
I mean.
Yep,
And so
yep.
like
That's kind of cool, eh? Yeah, for sure.
Right. But all this is, dude. These are not no. This is all coming to light right now. These are not things that were popularly understood 5 years ago. Like that's the crazy part about it. So it's like when everyone's like, "It's not enough. It's not enough." You know what I mean? When everyone's like, "I don't know what the victory is that we're looking for." Like the conversation happening right now is the door opening and the fresh breeze, the breeze of fresh air, and all this discussion coming into the room, and everyone's like, we need to, like, we're not happy yet. And it's like,
Yeah.
dude, we're on the way, man. We're on the fucking path, I think.
Look, but this is like part of the like I imagine this very much like the python, the anaconda, the pandemic was the squeeze, and now they're allowing society to breathe again, and then this goes over like decades even. This sort of this social technique of they put on the big squeeze, they get all their bureaucratic laws in place in situ. They then release a little bit. They put up the
All right,
pretense
let me
of
ask you a question then.
remedy,
What
and
what was
then
the
we're back
last
to the
example
game.
of this? What was the last example of something like this?
Like the pandemic, it'd be the
No, no,
polio.
no. Before the pandemic, before all this, what's going on in the last 5 years? When was the last release of the squeeze?
It was 9/11 when they started monitoring all your communications.
I was about to say
Okay,
that.
so
Yes.
that was okay. So that sounds like more of a squeeze, right? That's more of a squeeze. So when was the last time they let go of the squeeze? Is what I'm asking.
Well, they're changing it between the economics, which the 2008
No. When was the
bankruptcy.
last time it happened? I'm not talking the last 5 years. When was the last time that they released the squeeze?
They're constantly doing it after they.
No. They're never releasing the squeeze. Is the point, man? This is the fucking
No,
first
you're
time the
asking a
squeeze is being.
question. It's a loaded question. Then, if you're just going to ask it with an actual answer associated, it's a loaded question. So,
No, that's all right. I don't mind loaded
Well,
questions.
what's the answer
Put me
then?
on the grill.
When was the last time they released the squeeze?
Well, this is the thing, man. Like the squeeze is only occurring within the medical system, as far as we've outlined within this discussion, right? But we recognize that there's multiple. There's an economic squeeze, then there's the patriotism squeeze that they did during 9/11.
Right. When was the last time they
So
released the squeeze? When did they release the squeeze?
You can't hug all day. You gotta release the squeeze at some point.
Yeah, so when they lowered the interest rates, that was them releasing the squeeze.
So they
When?
do it for all these like sort of
When did they
different social aspects.
when did
Go
they
ahead.
do that? What reference are we talking about? Lowering the interest rates. When was that?
I
When
mean,
did
they
that
do it
happen?
all the time. Like when
So
there's a
when was the
national
last example
acquisition.
of that, though? Is what I'm asking.
Well, I mean, they started lowering the interest rates last November.
Now I'm talking. I know. Yeah, before like 5 years ago. When was the last time that they released the squeeze?
Probably like 2008, I guess.
And what did that do? What do you mean when they bailed out the banks? That was releasing the squeeze on people?
That was the
Well, I
psyop.
mean, at that point, the economy kind of already crashed, so that was
Yeah.
just
So
trying to
so
recover it.
like everyone's over here talking about this like Hegelian dialectic of them like they tighten the squeeze and then they release the noose. I'm asking you, when did they ever before Donald motherfucking Trump release the squeeze?
okay, hold on a second. Now, it seems like you're getting a little heated, and I'm just going to
Yes,
say that
forgive me.
flat out.
Yeah, I get. I'm just saying we're
No, it's
winning.
okay. So do I.
I just feel like
But
we're winning, man.
yeah,
Yours?
well, yeah, a lot of people get heated when it comes to this kind of thing. But when you're talking about when did the
Sorry.
squeeze get released, you're talking about like a boa constrictor, like a snake. And a snake, a boa constrictor, the way that it kills a lot of its prey is that it will wrap itself around and then it will squeeze itself around. And then as soon as it feels like the lungs are getting compressed, it'll release a tiny little bit. And then that allows it to squeeze more. That's how boa constrictor works. And it kills
Sure.
its
So
prey
I
through
get it.
I would
suffocation.
go back. I would go back to the likes of JFK, as far as like a big one, because that's when they ushered in the space whole paradigm. So, yeah, it's kind of a situation of like I don't know what's going to happen right now. Like, dude, history is 2020. Okay, when you refer back to it, then you get a better perspective. Very difficult to do in the middle of the situation. But if you want to claim it as a win, you're more than welcome to. I guess history is going to tell us the truth, though. So there'll be people like us talking about this in 20, 30 years' time, and sort of like, what
Well, yeah,
was the Trump phenomenon about?
This is like the first time in history they're talking about getting rid of the fucking income tax.
Dude, you really think that's gonna happen? They're just talking about it.
Yeah, I really think it's gonna happen. Yeah. That's why I'm so amped, because this is the first time you actually have an administration. These things are being talked about. These things are being fucking implemented. There's executive orders that are potentially going to be codified.
Okay.
Like
Dude,
this could
the US is in
safeguard all the
billions of debt.
conspiracies here. Like we're winning is the point. It's like it's
The
awesome.
government already spends more than they like earn through taxes. Like, if they did that, the debt would go insane.
No, you're just
That's
see that's
interesting
the
point, actually.
Dunning-Kruger fucking like Stockholm syndrome of. But we need to give all the government our money. What's
No,
gonna
it's
No, I
not
don't
happen?
good.
think we
No, it's
need
not that
to
No,
good.
it's not.
either. I'm just saying the government, they're not going to do that. They're not going to allow you to do that.
No, see. That's what I think. I think like five. This is what I'm saying. This is the first time in modern history where this quote unquote releasing the squeeze actually might happen. They haven't been releasing the squeeze. The boa constrictor never
No,
gives you
JFK was
fucking
talking
space.
about that.
Can you like Isa? Can you feel the there's a technological revolution? I feel like with the whole AI stuff that's coming down the pike, the digital currencies, all of this is like hitting a crescendo at the moment. I'd like to be optimistic about it, right? But I don't know. Maybe I just don't want to be disappointed, and so I'm protecting myself in a lot of ways in that sense. But yeah.
Okay, so again, yes, protecting ourselves is a very important thing. I'm not trying to promote any sort of like cryptocurrency or gold or silver or anything like that, but either way, the point is if they were to suddenly eliminate a certain portion of the federal income that's being siphoned illegally from all of the citizens, such as income tax, then that would be a massive amount of money that's suddenly gone. So the federal government in a whole would have to compensate for that in a certain way. Where would that come from? Oh yeah, everyone just makes a whole bunch more money. So what are they going to do? And just increase taxes, like sales taxes are going to just skyrocket? They're going to start like garnishing wages from like the states?
No, there's going to be
No, I
leftover
think
that rolls over. It's like rollover minute.
they're gonna find so much wasteful spending that when they get done realizing what these globalists have done in like fleecing our country, when our federal government runs properly, I think they will have excess funds and our country could actually be beneficial. But the problem is we've never actually lived under a system that actually lets its people flourish. We've been having a boa constrictor just kick the shit out of us and squeeze us dry. And so much so that people are like, if the boa constrictor goes away, what are we gonna do?
Okay, so
It's like
I do get what you're saying. When you get rid of a whole bunch of fraud, waste, and abuse in the federal government, which I know for a fact, because I've worked in the federal government, exists in a very large scale. And if you get rid of that, there's no big deal at all. That's not going to affect the government at all, aside from just having more money to use for other things. And
So
if that's the case, the government they don't actually have to do anything with the taxes. They'd be like, oh, okay, well, all of a sudden there's a lot more money that's being used in the association to what they want it to be used for. And I'm saying this from the middle ground situation because I've seen what's going on with the government. But when you're going to be saying that if we just eliminate an entire possibility of taxes or fraud, waste, and abuse, which, you know, the Doge, whatever the fuck that's called, yeah, I completely agree. A whole bunch of things in the government need to be eliminated entirely. And then are they going to say, all right, well, we all of a sudden, we eliminated $30 billion a year of fraud, waste, and abuse, and those people got fired. Therefore, your taxes are going to decrease by 2%. Is that what's going to happen? I don't know. I doubt it.
Well, so I mean, they may wipe out the personal income tax. I don't know what's going to happen there, but I mean, do you guys have anything akin to the goods and services tax? Like the items that come into your country, there a certain sort of tariff is already placed upon that product. I'm pretty sure you guys have that, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, like duty. Well,
I
it's
don't
kind
know
of like
what it's called though.
well, like there's
Yeah.
things like
So
duty. Yeah, yeah.
duty tax. Yeah, because I mean, we got a goods and services tax here in Australia. It's 10%. Anytime that someone does a transaction between two entities, essentially the government wants to take a certain amount. Yeah, we've still got like income tax, right? That's a separate thing. But you can get rid of the income tax, and they just like whatever that negotiation that will occur. Maybe this is pessimistic on my part, but they'll just end up sort of negotiating to say, well, we need to increase the tariffs. So anything you purchase from then on in is sort of they'll just include the tax in your purchasing rights. Like
Are
they're
you talking about a sales
they're
tax?
taxing you all like 6 ways from Sunday in all these different avenues, and they're going to get rid of one. You think they're not going to try to negotiate those terms with trying to basically leverage another?
Oh yeah, the people with
And
small hats are always going to do that, and that's where the taxes come from. Just if you want to learn what I'm talking about, read the book, The Creature from Jekyll Island. They have figured it out. They have a monopoly on the system. It doesn't matter if you get rid of one, it's cutting on the head off of a hydra. And that's the way it's described in the book. So even though it might seem like we're winning right now, you have to cut the head off of every part of the hydra at the same time.
yeah, they'll take with the right hand, they'll give with the left hand and take with the right hand, essentially. So they just shift the cards
Yeah.
around.
Right, but
Yes.
here's the issue with that
Rick,
though.
right.
Here's the issue with that though is like the idea that dude, you're the funder of the government, right? Like, see, like especially if you're gonna start talking about Creature from Jekyll Island and shit, then let's get into it because fucking it's actually more of like it's dude, you're the creditor. Until like cutting the hydra off of the thing is you might as well cut your own fucking head off because we're the fucking creditor in the whole system.
No, it's an
You're the
analogy.
fucking
It's a metaphor.
no,
I'm
I
not
get it, but
saying.
hear what I mean though. What I mean though is this: that, dude, you're the one. Like everyone is ripping and railing about how evil the system is, when in reality, the United States and all the countries under the IMF owe you. So it's our misunderstanding of our financial system that's got us in this fucking tizzy, and then everyone wants to talk about running about. And I understand it, like, and I understand when that book was written, the mentality of all, you know what I mean. And thank God those beautiful men, you know what I mean, that wrote those books. But my point is like we're seeing the United States as the enemy versus like actually that they're the people that owe us. And we need to, I think, once you start opening up the Federal Reserve and shit, you get me going because this is what
Hold
gives
on, just
me.
to clarify real quick. You said those gentlemen that wrote the book. No, G. Edward Griffin. He's still alive. He has a YouTube
Yeah,
channel. So
yeah,
it's one guy. And he spent like
right. But there's
25 years investigating this entire process.
right.
And
And have you seen Riddles in Stone?
no, I've not.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's just so many fucking awesome guys that have written and created documentaries about all this shit, and like,
Okay.
I'm
So
cherishing them. I believe me.
when anyone reads, or even it's on audiobook, by the way, The Creature from Jekyll Island, it opens your eyes to the entire Federal Reserve System and all of the, the Rothschilds and things like that. And it does like open your eyes a lot, but it doesn't say, yeah, let's have an uprising and let's like carry pitchforks and pitchforks and torches through the streets and march on Washington. It's not like that. It's just try to opening up people's eyes to the system, and then maybe over time it can make a change. But for right now, seems like we're pretty much fucked. And Donald Trump is not our savior. Sorry to say that.
Well, yeah, no, I don't care about Donald Trump. I don't care about politics. Like, in that sense, like when it comes to cooperative federalism and my fucking understanding about rights and money and shit, what I'm saying is that like you're the creditor in the system, and we keep looking for bad guys everywhere, and the Hydra and the fucking this, that, and the creature, and the Federal Reserve and everything. When in reality, we're the ones that, because of our lack of understanding about the system, have let it become the monster that it has. Because that's what's interesting when you get into the 70 years. You've heard me talk about that, maybe, Andrew, the 70-year contracts. I've ever broken that down with
I
you.
don't know. Maybe.
Okay, so like I guess from my understanding, there's like this thing in international banking of like when it comes to nations, it's like 70 years term agreement that our country is under with England, and like if you note it, if the timeline is like the Constitution 1789 or whatever, 70 years after that we have the Civil War. We restructure the debt because we defaulted. Restructure the debt, recollateralize it, i.e., the freed slaves become collateral for the United States. And then 30 or 70 years after that, you have 1933, which they implemented the plan for in 1913. 20 years after they implemented the 1913 Federal Reserve Act, they put it into play in 1933 with the Social Security. And that's when everyone gave over their birth certificate or got birth certificates to give over to the United States. And then they took all the people's gold from them because it was under the agreement that now you have a birth certificate, i.e. the Cesta KV trust document. You don't need gold. That's why they took the gold, is because your signature was now good as gold. And then 70 years after that, we had 9/11. They destroy the fucking financial center of the world. And now there's this idea that after 3 terms of 70 years, you're free of the contracts. So 20 years, right? Think about it. They destroy the country, they destroy the financial thing in 2001. 2021, 20 years after, just like the Federal Reserve put into play in 1913, executed in 1933, 20 years after. 2001, they destroy the financial center. 2021, they shut down the economy and fucking do the whole COVID show. So, and that was the end of that fucking 3 terms of financial whatever. We're now liberated from this agreement structure that we've been under.
What do you
With like
mean?
the first time in
Thing keeps happening every
The most
70
absurd shit
years.
I've ever heard. Sorry.
Like, I mean, why are we free now? Like, what?
it's
I mean, it
under
keeps happening.
under biblical, under like Jewish banking or biblical banking, there's a term called a jubilee, and not the Nasara Gesara bullshit, like an actual called a banker's jubilee. So the idea is that the debt would be forgiven, and because people are retarded, they have to do this whole fucking magical COVID show for everybody
See,
because
this is like
everyone's
you treat people as they're stupid, and the consequence is that they're stupid. So you observe they're stupid, so you treat them like they're stupid.
Well, do you have? I tell you what, do
So
you have a solution to help people figure it out?
I mean, essentially, just recognize the lie. Other than that, like it's up to other people to like really work it
Oh,
out for
is that it?
themselves.
Is
It's
it?
not
Tell
my
you what, let me
problem.
ask you a question. Is it easy to tell a glober that the Earth is flat? How's that working out for everybody?
I
Because my
mean,
point is, you're going to come into conflict. These people don't want to fucking debate about it. They don't want to. People are fucking like. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that people are stupid on like bell curve wise?
Oh,
I think they're
definitely.
stupefied.
Well, yeah, and I actually will have to add to that because I am a teacher and I've also driven around my area quite a bit every single day, and I see people that are walking through an intersection when, like, there's no cars around, and they're just walking through an intersection and they press the green.
Jaywalkers.
Yeah, they're fucking morons. So yeah,
What,
there's a
jaywalkers are
lot
more?
of
I,
just looking
I
at their
jaywalk
phone.
all the time.
Well, no,
I'm gonna let,
jaywalking I have
I'm
no
gonna let a
problem with.
fucking sign tell
I
me what
actually
to do.
appreciate jaywalking. But it's the people that are just looking at their phones, waiting for a time to cross through the intersection, and literally will not pick up their head the entire time. I don't know what they're looking at. I'm assuming it's going to be some nonsensical bullshit.
Oh,
But
they're just plugged into the matrix, Andrew. Don't worry about it.
well, there's a little more to it than that. I mean,
Maybe they're looking at flat Earth content. You'll never know.
no, I highly doubt that. But the point is, yeah, plugged into the matrix. They're getting plugged into the matrix. And
So it's like
smartphones
all
have
I'm
only
trying
been
to say.
around for a certain amount of time.
All I'm
It's
saying is like
getting worse.
you can't right. And so like, what are you going to do? You're going to try to explain the Federal Reserve System and how gravity isn't real to one of these people?
Well, no, I think we should have a no tax day. You know how they got a day for everything? We should just I think that would be more powerful than a
How about just
the
no
Earth flat
taxes?
day.
How about
No
just no
tax
fucking
day.
taxes? No
On that
taxes.
day, everyone just like joins up and they we plan it out 5 years in advance and sort of say, okay, guys, we're gonna swamp them. Like, watch the what's your tax organization over there? Like, imagine just like if you just had 20 or like 50,000 people just sign up for that, right? And
Dude,
just like
how about this?
we're gonna fuck these guys. They're gonna have to take us all to the court. We could just swamp the entire court system if we just unified in that way.
Hey, bro,
Well,
even better. How about we get a president in office that's going to abolish the fucking entity that tries to take our money?
no,
Man, you're
hold
just
on,
looking
hold on
for
a
a
second.
savior at
You
that
guys are
point.
taking it a little too far.
We'll save
And
ourselves.
there was
I'm not
a
taking it far enough.
statistician
Okay.
and an economist who actually said, and this is here in my hometown of San Jose, California, he was proposing a flat tax rate. And it was shut down really quick. But
Flat
he
Earth
was
tax
actually
rate. Let's
showing the
go.
mathematics behind it. If there was a flat tax rate that was non-exempt for anyone, regardless of their income or business or anything, what that would actually cause would be a surplus in taxes. And there's no tax exemption, period. And I think he was proposing a 10% tax for everybody, every business. It's like, whoa, hold on a second, what's going on? There's no tax exemption at all for anyone ever. That would cause a surplus in taxes. So think about that one. A flat tax rate. They don't want that because of whatever reason. I don't know. But I would be down for it. Like,
I think
because
it's
the
just a
IRS
carrot
fucked
they
me over
dangle
this
on
year,
there.
I'll tell you that one.
Yeah.
And last year.
All I'm saying is, like, how much cooler that instead of organizing a date from 5 years from now where we all get together and don't pay taxes, we just vote in a president that's going to fucking get rid of them. Like, I'm just saying that this is the first time, like, technically you could actually get away with it because we're free of these old contracts.
If the people need a hero, they will provide it, man. Like, it's age old. As far
Yeah,
as I'm
you're
concerned,
talking about like
anyway. This is
the
the way
Spanish Inquisition or something.
No, it's like Albert Pike or something, one of the Freemason guys that said that. They're providing the hero.
Yeah, I'm just saying they've gotten away with doing that, and I think their game is up. And I know it doesn't seem like that. I mean, I understand why people don't think like it's like that, but I like all the tea leaves for me are like, this is a fucking go. I don't know, man.
Celebrate it, bro. Go for it.
I think if you want it to work, you probably need a good president and you need the people to work at the same time. Because if it's just one or the other, they're going to try to, either shut down the president or arrest the people who do it.
How about this, Issa? I'm seeking a philosopher king. If I am to sort of choose a savior, I'm seeking the philosopher king, and I just don't see Trump as the philosopher king. It's not
Well,
what
he's
I'm
not the
observing.
philosopher. No. That's the thing, though, is that Christ is the philosopher king. Like Donald Trump is just the president of the United States, bro.
Christ ain't
That's
here,
all.
man.
But the philosopher king is like that's the Christ. You know what I mean? But like Trump is just a president, and he's doing what the Christians who elected him have asked him to do.
Well, I mean, far be it from me to say, but I mean, what was the term? Like, where is this person? Wait, like you can say Christ is that thing, but I don't know. That's just a story. A very powerful story nonetheless, but it's not it's not emanating in what I observe within the society. It's not.
Well, you know what?
It's
I
not
would
any
say
more
this too
powerful.
is, dude, you have to be the philosopher king. You're the philosopher king over your own life. And
Granted.
all I'm saying is that we have like here in the States, we've elected an administration that recognizes that the people are the people are sovereign in the sense that the believers in Christ are the people. And that fucking you know what I mean? And we're tired of fucking dealing with some shit. We've been very polite and we've been doing it through diplomacy. And now we have our diplomatic representative in power because we don't want to be fucking violent or anything else. I think we got fucking. I don't know, man. Just as someone who's an old
And
fucking whatever in this, I'm fucking. I see nothing but
yeah,
W's.
what do you think? I mean, I don't know. I'm just my mind goes then into the future. This is the last. Do you think this is the last? What do you like? Session for Trump. So who's next, guys? Like, it seems like everything sort of percolated to the point
I
of
do
Trump,
think
and
that
there's no new savior on the.
yeah, I think that JD Vance will be the next president, and
Paul Walker.
I'm willing to put money on that. Not a large amount of money, but I do think that they're going to put another Republican into office only because he is the youngest president that's ever come into office was JFK, and JD Vance will be, I think, the second youngest. And then I think that's what's going to happen. I don't really give a flying fuck either way, but I think that's what's going to happen. And if people get their high hopes based on Trump or JD Vance or Kamala Harris or Obama, I think they're just sorry, but these people are not out for our best interest. I don't trust a single politician unless it's like a local city hall member or something like that, which I can go and talk to them and be like, hey, what do you think about what's going on with like all the crime and the sewage and shit? And they can say, oh yeah, I completely agree. I'm like, oh yeah, I can come to your house. I can meet with you. But aside from that, these people are they're politicians. I don't trust them as far as I can throw them. That's my last 2 cents on it for now.
So where are they going to go from now? You think, Issa? Who's going to be like after Trump? What is the what's the situation for America? Do you think it's just
I don't
going to be
know.
sort of
Probably,
W's for
probably.
Republicans year on in, or like has Trump set the path and he set the precedent for what the American population want, and therefore you'll end up with more sort of Trumpian style politics?
Well,
Yeah,
we're not.
I think so. I think so.
It's not guaranteed that a Republican will win, but like during the 2020 election, the left definitely like Kamala Harris was definitely a far left candidate. I don't think the Democrats are going to do that anymore, at least not for a little while.
It's such a good cop, bad cop paradigm, like this whole left-right divide thing.
Yeah, no, it's a total play for people who need to push the button at the jaywalk thing, even though nobody's coming, dude. Yes, exactly. It's a beautiful play orchestrated for people who don't, like, don't need to know. They don't need to know. You know what I mean? Like, I feel
I
like
did
that.
say
I start
I
thinking to
was
myself, like,
done on my little tangent there, or little rant, but I do have to
You're not
mention
done.
that there is a gentleman named Dr. Ben Carson who was running for president against Donald Trump in 2016, and he was one of the people, if I believed that voting was real, I would have voted for. You know, he's a black guy. He's a neurosurgeon,
Surgeon.
retired neurosurgeon at the time, and he wrote a book that I read called America the Beautiful. And he talks all about how the differences between capitalism, socialism, and government entirely. And one of the things he outlines very well in his book is, I totally recommend for people to read this, by the way, is the fact that there are these, there's the left, there's the right, there's Democrats and Republicans, and all these other third party blah 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 bullshit corporate people that are associated with that, like the Green Party, and every country has that. But then you have something more powerful than either side. And those are the special interest groups, such as Facebook, Google, Microsoft, General Motors, and the list goes on and on. When Trump got into office, he was talking about basically eliminating the H-1B visas for everyone. That was like his hallmark thing he was going to be doing, like he's talking about doing right now, or is doing, I don't know. And what ended up happening was a whole bunch of people they went over to Trump Tower. All these big Silicon Valley people went over there. They had a big meeting with him, and a few days later, everything started to change. Oh goodness, what happened? Because the third party, it's like, oh yeah, we're supporting the government with a whole bunch of money, and if you don't do what we say, you're gonna lose a whole bunch of our support. And that's like, it's pretty much like a mafia tactic. And these companies know that. Like, do what we say,
Yeah, it's
or
called politics. It's called politics.
well, yeah, it's more extreme than just politics. Politics can be one senator versus another senator, different states and whatnot. But when it comes to the third party aspect of it, yeah, it is still politics. But when you're
Do you
talking
think?
about it in regards to billions and billions of dollars, like per month, even, yeah, things start to change a little tiny bit in regards to the politics. So I recommend reading that book. It's called America the Beautiful by Dr. Ben Carson.
Well,
You guys
see, like
think
that's what I think. Like,
Elon Musk? No, mine was going to be
you good,
kind
but
of
go
a
ahead.
side. Go ahead.
That's fine. Go ahead.
I was wondering if you guys think Elon Musk is molding the government into basically a big money-making machine for him.
I mean, he already has that. He basically earns all of his money from government contracts.
Yeah, but he shut down like all the agencies that were investigating him. Like he's power charging it.
Well, no, here's the thing. Like the agencies should not be investigating him because they're just like trying to create problems. But also, he shouldn't be just getting free government contracts at the same time.
I bet he ain't gonna
Those
audit
two things
NASA.
don't make sense back to.
Yeah, dude.
I
These
think that
guys
was
are
a
all
bit
in
of a
on the same
reverse
game.
question and answer. Correct me if I'm
Well,
wrong. Should Elon Musk be in charge of Doge? Is that what the question was? I'm confused.
Well, it does bring up an interesting point. We've got no separation. Like there used to be separation of church and state, and industry and state, and all the rest of it. And it's like these two entities are just they're combining. Like you're amongst fascism. You're watching the fascist takeover, in my opinion. It's just
agreed.
Like they're gonna. I'm of the opinion that they're gonna have everyone celebrating the coming of the essential Antichrist. You know, like this is the only way that they can actually sort of deviate society is essentially make us want the solution that they offer. So you know, this is the play at hand. It's pessimistic. Don't get me wrong, but I don't really sort of like get too involved with the politics. I talk about the politics shit, but at the end of the day, you got to save yourself. So it's all about how you sort of orientate your own resources and funds and all the rest of it. I'm just pointing out the problem essentially.
Yeah, it seems like Elon's a little too powerful for one guy.
Well, he
All
was
right, let me tell you
destined.
guys a little
He's going to take us
story
to
that I know
Mars,
about
bro.
Elon, and that is, I live very, very close to the Tesla factory in Fremont, California, my home city. It's fucking huge. It's one of the largest complexes in the world, actually. Anyways, I know some electricians, engineers, and just factory line workers that work there. And they would say that they would barely ever see Elon Musk there. Like, barely ever. But when he would be there, he'd be walking around with some of his, executors or whatever the fuck they are, and maybe some security. And he would just point at people like, you, and like, come over here. Oh, you didn't have your safety glasses on. You had them on top of your head. You're fired. So that's what I was told. I've never been inside the factory myself, but I've driven by it every single day for a long time. And that's what I know about Elon Musk from the people that I've actually heard that have met him. And apparently, from everything else, he's a fucking idiot. So
he plays Diablo, bro.
yeah, he definitely fakes that one. That's been proven. But
Like,
yeah,
yeah, I mean, anyone who's supporting Donald Trump, what is it like? He's like it looks so it looks so fake that therefore you must think it's real. Like he shot a fucking car into space or what? Like
yeah, that's the other issue. Is out of all of the people that Donald Trump could have chosen, he chose the nemesis, which a lot of people hate, but a lot of people love because he's Elon Musk. He's doing SpaceX, but he could have chosen almost anyone else. Like he could have chosen me.
is Donald Trump the first
How else
flat
are
Earth
we going to
president?
collateralize asteroids?
Collateralize?
Probably.
What does that even?
Probably.
What does
Oh,
collateralize?
Elon Musk too. Probably. But like they collateralize the asteroid, bro. Like
What's
the
that
Wizard
mean?
of Oz, right? See, because this is a play, and because it means that they're going to be able to say that we found it. Like there's an asteroid that they have out there that has something like $4 quadrillion worth of nickel on it. Because you live in the Wizard of Oz, right?
Yeah, you
And
believe in
like
this.
the digital. It's not that I believe in it. It exists. It's real. You can actually use a fiat dollar. It's a real thing, and
What, you buy money in
fucking like
asteroids?
it's real. And yet also, and that's what's going to happen, right? Because because it's just computer screens and money printed on, just a number put on a computer screen. You're the creditor, and you're too. All the
You're
people are
starting
too
to cut out a
stupid
little
to
tiny
know to
bit,
be
man.
the credit. Know that they are the creditor. Sorry, forgive me.
You're cutting
So
out a
like
little tiny bit.
we're the creditor, but we don't know we're the creditor. So we're in this. Am I still in and out? I don't even know. I can't tell.
You're right. Keep going, man.
But like,
I'm
can
making
you
out.
hear me
I
now?
think you're good now.
Okay. Like, so the idea being that because we're going into fairyland, right? We're going into the Wizard of Oz. We're going to extend the fairyland to the digital coin, but we're also going to, I think, be able to collateralize. Like, they're going to pretend that they've found an asteroid and that they're going to send Elon Musk's rockets to go mine it. And people are going to believe this shit, but it's also going to have real world effect on the sense that they're going to say, hey, we're waiting on this incoming load of nickel from this parsec, right? Fucking. But the point is that it's going to allow for the collateralization to give for them to authorize the printing of money or printing of money maybe without interest. Do you know what I mean? Like it is
Yeah, I know.
fairyland. It is
Where's
all
the
fake and
nickel?
gay. But like
Like
if they're taking away
Where's the
your income
nickel?
taxes and it has real world effects, that's what's up. What's up?
Trump
If
is
they're telling,
MAGA.
if they're telling,
Go ahead, sir.
just real quick, if they're telling people that they're getting the nickel from like an asteroid, where are they actually getting it from?
I don't know. Actually, probably mining it, or it doesn't even matter. You
Right.
know
So
what I
why
mean?
not just say
Probably,
like they gotta wait for
fucking
like
North
the
Carolina.
mining equipment to get set up?
How about North Carolina and everywhere that just had a natural disaster that they fucking caused? Like, you know what I mean? I don't
Right.
know where it's going to
What's
really
the
come,
point of
but
the lie?
yeah, it is a lie. Just like the globe is a fucking lie. Just like they went to the moon landing was a fucking lie,
Lying
and a
about
bunch of retards. Dude, that's why they need the plays because people that believe that shit.
Issa, like Trump is the wizard. He's running the MAGA. MAGA is
Yeah,
the
I'm
fifth
here for it,
order of
bro.
the
Right,
Satanism,
dude.
bro.
Get your
Like he's
magic
running the
wand and get
magic.
on board, buddy. Get your magic wand and get on board, bud. Fucking, what is wrong with you, fucking people, dude?
I'm not riding your fucking like witch stick to wherever you think we're going. Okay.
Well, that's fine. You could just stay right here and keep complaining about fucking the reptilians or some bullshit, dude. Like, I'm trying to win. I'm trying to fucking win, dog. Like, you know what I mean? You
That's
guys
kind
be
of
over
a
there.
harsh thing
You
to
can
say,
have your
man. Come
hat in
on.
your hand. Dude, what I used to say all the time was write me like if you're gonna cry, write a song, make it interesting, make it fucking
You're,
put some music behind it, make me
you're
want to
riding.
listen to the bullshit.
I
You're
actually wrote a
riding that
song.
MAGA witch stick, bro.
I actually agree with Ice on that one.
Which part? One sec. We'll get to Andrew's song in
If
a
you're
sec.
going to complain about reality, make a cool song.
Okay.
Yeah, make a cool song. I mean, like if you're gonna like, I'm all for it, dude. Like, I'm all like, my thing has just been like, you could sit there and complain all fucking day, or we could start picking up the fucking the gear we need to win the war. And all I'm saying is that you're already the creditor on the national debt. The national debt and the interest is owed to you. So you're already in a position of power. The thing is, like the Bible says, is that my people suffer for lack of knowledge. And you need to, transform your mind to prove that which God made is good. It's everything the Bible and all that kind of shit, even for whatever spiritual, whatever. It's all about you realizing that you have to change your perspective about the things going on around you. Right?
Yes.
That's what it's
Yeah.
about. And so when you fucking realize you're in a seat of power, actually, and we've been robbed of the mental state that we need to be able to accomplish the task, that's the problem. And that's why, atheism, that's why the globe, that's why all that, because it deprives us. That's why the moon landing, it deprives us of this conversation about the universe that we are craving. Like all of it is about exposing the myth, but you can't expose it to the You're not gonna fucking. I'm never gonna get the profundity that I experienced from the discovery of flat Earth. I'm never gonna be able to give that to somebody. And that's all I'm saying. It's like I can't give that to somebody, so I'm gonna. I just think yo, we have it all. Our mind needs to reassess what we're looking at. Instead of looking at it through the Rothschild lens, because maybe that's a psyop. Do you ever think maybe the triple do fucking double bluff conspiracy? Now I know everything is actually the psyop. When does the psyop end? When do we agree that reality has a corporeal function?
I want to say I also feel like I'm winning right now, in a personal way, but also I feel like Western society is not that bad. There's lots of bad, weird, novelty things that stick out. If you think about all your luxuries and your privilege, it's actually pretty great. And
oh yeah, dude, I've been saying we live better than the kings of Europe used to live.
But I want to agree with Andrew and Rick that it's not.
What are you talking about?
It's not beautiful now just because Trump. It's actually always beautiful if you can find that inside.
Yeah, it can be worse.
Yeah, that's step
No,
one.
It's just realizing it for what it is, and then you find out.
Yeah, that's not a very good way. Optimism. Oh yeah, it could always be worse. Like I can have my like an arm missing or something. Oh, and then you can have two arms missing. It's like, oh, okay. That's not a very
That's step
positive way
one,
to
though,
look at
Andrew. You could be poor, living in the sand.
All right. Well,
But
for a
you're
little
not.
bit of brevity, I do have a song I wrote. It's a parody song. I'm not going to sing it right now because I suck at singing. But I did write something that's a letter to NASA. That it's me. You guys ever heard of it's called the Dear John letter? It's commonly used in the military. Yeah, it's like, Dear John, I'm breaking up with you because I haven't seen you in 2 years, and blah blah blah. So it's called the Dear John letter. But this is for me to NASA. I'm breaking up with NASA. You guys might like this. I think everyone has so far. So it says, Dear NASA, and I'll type the entire thing out to you if you want. Anyways, Dear NASA, I've had a wonderful time watching and listening to you for the last few decades, but I've come to the conclusion that this relationship just isn't working out. NASA, I've given you multiple opportunities to come forward and admit your lies to the world, yet you continue to be deceptive to everyone around you. I really want to believe you, but the lies keep compounding, which further enforces my confidence over your devious behaviors. NASA, I know that you've been stealing money from me, my friends, and my family for decades. We've seen you doing live streams, faking space thousands of times, and I just can't trust you anymore. Now you're taking it one step further by using AI and augmented reality to trick stupid people into giving you money and buying your t-shirts. NASA, you've been psychologically abusing me ever since I was a child, and now I'm officially requesting for you to give me my money back and to shut down all operations immediately. Please, NASA, please do the right thing and stop lying to me and everyone else. I know this is cliche to say that it's not me. Sorry, that it's not you, it's me. But in this case, it's you. It's definitely you. Oh, by the way, NASA, I've been seeing someone else. That's my breakup letter to NASA.
Oh, God, I don't know what to say. Well, it's not a
It-
song,
it's-
is it?
No, that's not the song. No, my actual song is it's called COVID Vaxxer. And if you guys know what the song is from Dio, Holy Diver, Holy Diver.
What
If I
were
could
you
sing,
feeling when you were writing this, Andrew, to NASA? What were you feeling?
I don't know. I've also got one. Hold on, where's it at? I also got one for Dear Pfizer, and Dear China, lined up. I haven't written those yet, though.
See, I'm more into shit like fuck chemtrails and your vaccines, you know, like making it fucking dope. But I don't know, man. You gotta like, there's punk rock ways you can complain. You know what I mean? You know, it's like all
Yeah,
kinds of
you've
ways
got.
to complain.
Don't say it on the nose, because then you just sound like a conspiracy type.
Right.
Well, if I could sing really well and like carry a
Taking
tune,
vaccines.
sort of
Taking
like Dio
vaccines.
does, I would definitely sing it. But it's COVID vaxxer. You believe everything that you've been told. That bullshit's getting old. Trust the government. You know. Okay, and then it goes on with all the choruses and
I'm
shit.
starting
So
to think it's a bad idea, actually, to write songs complaining about reality. I'm going to take that back. Unless you're a musician.
I'm not a
Have you
musician.
guys
Never claimed to
have
be.
you guys seen that Australian girl who's a doctor? What's her name? Ma or something? Or
Are you talking
I'll
about
get
Samantha?
IMA? No, what was it?
Oh shoot. Is she Australian or from New Zealand? Samantha Bailey?
No. This is an Aussie. She's a
I'm in love with her,
singer.
by the way. So
She's taken, Andrew.
I know. It's unfortunate, but I like redheads, and she's also a doctor. So go ahead. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You just
Yeah,
started
I'm
getting
gonna
my.
get
So
on your knees. I'm gonna start writing tunes like get on your knees and worship Trump today.
yeah, that'll
Get
work.
on your fucking knees and worship Trump today.
No, so she's like a pop star now. She came out with a song talking about the pharmaceutical industry and all the rest of it. Turns out she's an Australian doctor, and she's like 26 or something, and done like 7 years of medical within the medical industry, and then she quit it and did this song. Like, I mean, like, good on her. She like whatever. She wrote a pretty catchy tune. Look, she's stunning to look at, which is always sort of like the nature of things.
Can you play
So
the
she gets
video?
the attention.
You can't just
I'll go
tease us
find
with this beautiful young lady and a song that might sound amazing.
it. All right, Andrew, I'll fulfill your fantasies. Okay, give me 1 sec.
Oh, come on. No, it's not like that.
Well, Issa, you got a tune to play? Hit it. Give us a jam.
And I do have a friend named Chris Crumb, who is his channel on YouTube is Don't Follow Crumb. And he does a lot of parody songs, a lot of like Mad Lib songs, and he plays, I think he said he plays like 11 or 12 instruments. Yeah, professional musician. And I gave him my COVID Vaxxer lyrics, and he was like, yeah, it's not really my style. He tried doing it, but everyone has a different style when it comes, like, whether it's death metal or rap or the blues or, hip hop or punk rock. Everyone's a little different with what they're comfortable with and what they even like. Music is a very interesting thing. It's the dynamics in music. Like, I can't stand most music. I'll just flat out say that. Most music I can't stand. It just sounds like shit to me.
Okay, I found the song. I'll stream
Yeah, there
it
we go.
for
Let's
everyone's satisfaction.
have a little brevity.
Brevity. Yeah, stream up.
Seems like it's well, it's almost 3:00 in the morning for me, and other people that are here, yeah, they're probably in bed, just on mute.
All right, they'll pick it up. That's it. You guys haven't seen that?
Nope. Is she still alive?
Yeah, dude. The lyrics are pretty intense, eh?
That's the
For a
reason
pop
I'm
song.
asking. Is the
She's sharp.
lyrics
She's
are
sharp
pretty
on
intense.
it.
Yeah.
She did an interview with Jimmy Dore. This is why she popped. I mean, I saw this about 3 months ago. But it popped back up on the radar because Jimmy Dore interviewed her.
What's her name, Rick?
Aya May. IMAY. and then space MHA. Sorry, MAH. I think that's right.
Cool. That's right.
MAY at the end. Sorry. So she's like a doctor as well. She got kicked out of the medical industry, I think, at the time. Chose not to take the vax. Went into the music industry and just made a fucking ripper tune, which is kind of, this is when the likes of where is what's his face? Who's the other Aussie fella that jumps on these forums? His tag doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting in this way, though. I mean, this is percolated right to the top. She's like selling, like it's number 2, like an Apple song. This sort of stuff. This song like popped up in the charts, and it really challenges my paradigm as far as like how controlled the charts actually are. So it's not like she was without pressure, though. I mean, she lost her manager, her music manager at the time when she went to write this song. They said that they weren't willing to have this on the record. And she's like, okay, screw it. She let them go and then went on her own path, and she's made it to the top of the charts apparently. So it's sort of, how would you say, it installs some sort of faith that, I mean, as controlled as the message is, that you still find the likes of this sort of artist sort of popping and percolating to the top of it.
Do you guys know who Alex Michael is, also known as Conspiracy Music Guru, or also known as Flat Earth Man?
I'm not familiar with him.
So you're not familiar? Okay.
No.
He makes all of his music. You say you are or not?
Not.
Okay. I'm going to pull it up and show you guys. Because I've never met him in person. He's from England, but he lives in Spain now. And he's also a professional musician. He's a one-man band. And I have no idea how he does it, because I'm not a musician. I'm going to pull up one of my... He's a lot of really, really good stuff. He also does music videos and stuff. And then he also does a whole bunch of stuff on 432 frequency and stuff like that, just completely, instrumental. Like stuff that'll help you relax and put you to sleep, essentially. So, hold on. Give me a...
Is that the guy who had the copyright issues?
Yeah, he actually got copyright issues on his own songs.
Yeah.
For playing them. Yeah.
I watched it. It was quite interesting.
Yeah, and he shows you that. It's like, look, he pulls up his live screen and shows you the analytics from YouTube, and the copyright notice is like, it's my own song. I can't play my own song.
Yeah, I see him have an issue with where he made up a song about someone, Globe Guy, and the Globe Guy said, "Oh, I'll take that and use that as my thing there." I use it as my intro.
Yeah, I'm looking for the right song. Here we go. There it is. Oh no, that's not the right one. That's just him playing it versus the music video.
Scouser from Liverpool.
something like that. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, and he said that he just didn't like the British weather because he likes the sun a lot more.
And
That's why he
tell me
moved to
about
Spain. All right.
the
And
exact
this
reason.
won't get a copyright for anybody, or if it does, I'd be highly surprised. So I'm just going to play this for everyone if you want to watch it. But it's very, very true. And if anyone disbelieves it, then I feel really bad. Or doesn't even like it. It's more of a like a hard rock kind of a theme. So with the application audio. Okay. My internet is lagging right now for some reason. Okay. So here you go.
So many globes. Some Metallica vibes going on.
Big planet. Hmm.
So yeah, that's Alex Michael. He's been on our stream 1.5 times, and I've spoken with him personally. But yeah, he does extraordinarily great music, and he's a one-man band, by the way. He does all of his editing, plays the drums, guitar, bass, and singing, and everything all by himself. And he doesn't just do rock music either. People are not familiar with him. He can do reggae, he can do country. Like, the dude's a fucking genius how he does it. Seems like the stream or the Discord is starting to die off. I guess I kind of
Killed the
it with that.
stream. Killed the stream.
Oh, fuck.
I started it, don't worry.
Death to the stream.
I mean, he has a whole bunch of videos put out. I mean, if no one's going to have anything to talk about, I'm just going to keep playing his fucking videos. I mean,
Don't know. We need a
it just turned 3 a.m. for me, but it's okay because.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh shit! Hold on, gotta rewind it. I have 3 days off, 3.5 days off. So that's why I took a whole bunch of magical chocolates earlier, and they're just wearing off. So
welcome back to the real world, Andrew. You've
well,
landed.
thank you. No, I was still in the real world. It's, perception was different. That's all.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I will definitely be assisting you in regards to your solar situation. I think I can simplify it for you, though.
You can't simplify what I put out, but this is no place to engage in that particular.
All right. No problem. Yeah, we'll have like a one-on-one with that one.
Yeah. No one wants to hear about my bloody electrical issues.
Well, then, fuck it. I might eat more chocolates then.
Yeah, go for it, man. It's your day off.
But
I only had 4.
Get weird, Andrew.
I've got a friend who makes chocolates, and they have magical mushrooms infused in them.
Nice.
And they're very wonderful. And they kick in really fast, too. And I have a lot more. But I do try to share them with other people. Free of charge. But
really?
They do have to be within the continental U.S. somewhere.
Oh, I was going to say, mate, just get it exported over here, could you?
Yeah, I probably could, but when it goes through customs, it's a whole separate situation.
Yeah, I don't know.
Unbranded, no problem.
I'll go find some cow patties.
Oh yeah, it has no smell to it. It smells like chocolate, but dogs smell chocolate.
Yeah, but it's no problem. If it's dark chocolate, they don't even like it.
They can't even test for mushrooms, can they? Isn't that the thing? Like they can't
Not
really
in a drug
test.
test.
Yeah, they don't test for them unless they do a specific type of test. Like,
well, yeah, like maybe like a day after, like you're like the next day you pee or something like that. I think they can, but aside from that, no, I don't think they can.
I don't think they can.
Do you know it's A class?
Yeah.
Again?
It's a regimented, controlled, first-class drug. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, it's just the same bracket as heroin.
Yeah.
In the UK?
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Acid too. Then you go to Canada and you can just do it legally. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, there's multiple states here in the US where mushrooms and cannabis are legal. I've never heard of LSD being legal anywhere.
Yeah, in Canada, 100%. DMT as well. It's just fucking insane. You can go to the
Yeah,
mushroom
DMT is
shack.
one of those. Yeah, and Geo talks about that very often in regards to Ibogaine or something like that, and DMT.
Iboga.
Iboga, there you go. I've never done either one of those. I've done LSD, I've done mushroom. I'm gonna do more mushrooms right now.
They do a few.
But
There's a Sylvia.
salvia, yes, I've done that as well. Yeah. That's
Everyone knows.
really fucking strong though. I don't know if I'm gonna do that again.
Everyone I've spoken to who's done that's had a bad time. Even the people who had a good time said, "Yeah, that's a crazy one."
Why do you think it's still is prominent then? If it's such a negative experience, why do you think it's such a prominent one that's sort of used and talked about? Seems to be odd.
It's the same with DMT though. I think you just have to be ready for it. I see that a lot with ayahuasca, where people go, yeah, if you're not in the right frame set or your mind is not in the right mindset,
no,
you're not going to have a good experience.
There is no grounds for my kind of statement either. Like people climb Mount Everest, and it's like the worst experience ever, and people want to do it for some reason. So it's sort of people seem to want to like challenge themselves in this regard, and I get the inclination. I'd like to master acid. I'm not so good on acid personally.
I don't think you can.
Man, do you know what it is? It's like
I mastered ketamine, dude. Ketamine was pretty troublesome when I first took it. 3 or 4 times, and then I kind of got the hang of it. And I was like, oh, I get why this is a thing. This is like why people like it. So
acid is a very intelligent drug. It will come on you, like even if you take drugs to suppress it, and you think, oh, that's cancelled it out. It will just come back when you least expect it and take control of you. If you're not strong-minded.
yeah, I spazzed out on it once. So
yeah, believe me,
What's interesting about LSD is you can put it. I don't know how it's synthesized or anything like that, which is like lysergic something, whatever the chemical name is. You can just take it and drop it onto a piece of paper, and then let it dry out, and then you can mail it to someone, and then they can put it into their mouth, let it dissolve, like months later.
yeah, I got a couple of tabs in front of me here. So
oh shit! Well,
I had it for about
I won't
2
do that
years.
again.
I had 1 tab of it, and then I let it sit for about 2 years. I had it in refrigeration, exposed it to heat. So it was just sitting in my camper van, and like it would get moved around. And I was like, I'll try some more. It's like, fuck, this shit's still powerful. It's still knocking me off my feet. I'm like, no, crazy. I think I
And
got
it's
to
so
like
easy to transport too. You can mail it across the country or and they would never know. Like just mail a letter, just drop it on a piece of binder paper.
It's interesting in that
Which
regard,
is
isn't it? Like the way that you refer to a letter. Like if you read a text, it can be very powerful, but in this case, it's just like chemical, like inside. Like you eat the paper, or the little bit of cardboard that it sits upon, and like off you go. I don't know. I find that's like very peculiar. such a small amount is so sort of like psychologically powerful. Like, how does that make sense?
Yeah, I don't fully understand what LSD is, but my buddy, who's a chemical engineer, well, he was my buddy. You know, we separated ways for multiple reasons, but he was telling me that when he was going through his chemical engineering courses, that LSD is the strongest hallucinogen known to man in regards to its concentration.
It's from a fungus. It grows on a specific, or it's a
LSD?
specific.
I thought LSD was synthesized.
It is.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's a
so it does
synthesized
start as a
chemical.
fungus. That's the
Yeah.
backbone molecule, and then you further synthesize it from there.
Oh.
It's an
Is it like
LS.
penicillin?
It's a single
Oh, really? All right.
single
Is it like
amine, and then you process it to turn it into a diamine.
Yeah, that's it.
Is it anything like what did I just say?
DMT. It actually is. It's very similar molecule to DMT. They're very similar. Yeah.
I didn't say DMT. I said penicillin. That's right. So penicillin comes from fungi
Sorry.
as well.
The fungus.
But it's synthesized.
It's a specific ergot fungus that attacks wheat crops.
Yeah, that's it.
See, it's fascinating. Like, right? I mean, there are stories of the Roman Empire. If you had like an open wound, they would take a like off bread with a lot of fungus on it, and they would rub it on it. Apparently, so it's like early use of penicillin, effectively. But you don't get this with the ergot and the LSD. Like something else is going on there as far as the synthesis of it. It must be, I don't know, some sort of chemical step that they do that goes beyond just simply like taking a piece of bread with a bit of fungus on it, which has the penicillin inside of it, that you rub it on the outside of a wound and it's healing. You can't exactly do that to get any sort of LSD function, so far as I can tell. So
no, it needs to be processed. Yeah, it's a but you start with the fungus, I guess.
I think I would imagine some kind of hydrochloric acid process.
Sure. Yeah.
So what I've heard from some chemist friends of mine, including my chemical engineering buddy that I don't, anyways, is that one of the main ingredients, like lysergic acid or whatever the fuck it is, something like that. One of the chemicals is extraordinarily difficult to come by and also very difficult to synthesize. And it comes primarily from Mexico and other countries. And it's basically been, it's like a Schedule 1 chemical in the US because of it being used for LSD. I don't know if that's entirely true, but that's what I've been told.
What is it?
You said no, it isn't?
Huh?
No, okay, so I guess there's Andrew's pointing at like a catalytic agent that's used within the synthesis of LSD, and the particular sounds like the particular catalytic agent that's required is heavily regulated. Is that right? So, from what I've been told, yeah, I've never tried to make it. I don't ever want to make it. I don't ever want to do it again. I've done it, I don't know, 15 times, and the last time I did it, it was way too powerful. So. What I find interesting though is like some people are so happy on it, man. Like, and then other like I mean, I'm the anxious type when I get on that sort of thing. Like it sort of collapses my worldview. But I don't want to get into that too much. It's just sort of find it rather odd that some people seem to absolutely enjoy the experience, and it's absolutely traumatizing for others. It seems like how is it doing that? Yeah, what is it? The weird thing about it is that my memories don't go away. Sort of like if I'm going to take mushrooms or something like that, or smoke too much weed or drink too much. Yeah, sometimes I just don't really care about it because I'm just sitting back and relaxing.
and I don't care for the memories to really be there. But LSD and mushrooms, it sticks around, especially LSD. And I'm a competitive chess player. I played chess with my buddy, the chemical engineer, and we played chess with our wrong hand. Like, I'm right-handed, and I was playing chess with my left hand for some reason. And I thought I was James Bond or some like a special agent. Like while I was doing that. And I convinced him that he was doing the same thing. And we both
Yeah.
remember that.
Did,
We're like, we come
did
down
you
off
play
the
a
acid.
better
We're like,
game of
what
chess
the
or
flying
not?
fuck happened?
I
You
feel
asked
like
how
with
some.
LSD, your categorization, like the means by which we like what you call a chair, like categorically breaks down as far as the experience of LSD and the likes. Like, I experienced that when I was on it.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. You asked why
It's a
some people have
categorical.
good experiences and why some people have bad ones.
Well, that was just like one of the things that I was experiencing, but yeah.
Yeah.
It was also at a
Whatever.
time when I was sort of coming to like an understanding of the world that was a little bit darker. So it was super confronting in that regard. But you know, that's time and place. What were you trying to say, though?
Well, whatever's in there is what you brought with you. Like if you got depression or freaking repressed memories or some type of demons on the inside, it'll bring that shit to the surface. But if you're like a decent person and have like positive outlook and shit like that, you'll have a good time. But I think it is revelatory. Like, so you say somebody does have a bad experience, well, then that's what they needed at the time. So I don't look at it like other people, like, oh, I'm having a good time. Like, I do think of it as medicine, and that's the thing about this kind of medicine is, you know, it can be joyful or it can be suffering.
Yeah, so let me just read you the back of these are the chocolates that my buddy Daryl who sent me loads of weed. Anyways, super awesome guy. Flat Earth Daryl. And it's about the size of like a Hershey's bar, like a flat Hershey's bar. And it says, microdose is 1 to 2 squares, which is mood enhancement. I do a little more than that. And then a medium dose is 3 to 6 squares, which is vivid colors and insightful thoughts. That's what I just got done doing. I might do it again. And then the macro dose, 7 to 14 squares, altered visuals and diminishing ego. So I had to call him up and like, what the fuck does that even mean? Diminishing ego. He's like, you'll find out. I was like, okay. And I got to that point before because I've taken like over 1/8 of just raw mushrooms before, and I know what that's all about. And then the last tier, tier 4, is the experience, 15 to 24 squares. The entire thing is 24 squares. It says heavy hallucinations, near ego death. I'm like, what the flying fuck is that
Sounds
even
about
mean?
right.
Like near
Sounds
ego
about
death.
right.
I've got one week, and it's 3 grams of concentrated mushroom extract, and to take a piece of that it's got to be like a not even a sliver. It's like about a 1 centimeter cylinder, but it's super strong.
You
How do
guys
you?
are aware that there's like multiple species of psychedelic mushrooms, right? They're not all
Oh
the
yeah,
same.
That is like
I just want to grow myself.
I think you
Apparently
should,
they grow
Andrew,
really
if you
fast.
can. I should look it up again. There's this species, something halo. Got like the name Halo in it. And yeah, I think that's the next one to look at, maybe. Allegedly. Not advice.
My only issue with it is that I've heard some people, if they grow them incorrectly and consume them, it can be poisonous.
It's pretty easy to tell though, Andrew. It's actually pretty easy to
Yeah.
tell whether or not you've done it right or not. I got a whole grow kit set up here. I got a bunch
Well, we
of
need to
spores
talk
that
then.
I'm
All right,
ready to roll.
let's have a chat.
Yeah.
Because it only takes what, like a month to grow them? From
Yeah,
like
it's actually
spore
not.
to.
It's not too hard. You can do it
Then it
just
takes
like
like what, like
in
a
your
week
room.
to dry them out or something like that.
No, it
If
takes
you
a
choose to do
couple of
so.
months. It takes a couple of months. It takes like 5 to 6 weeks to inoculate the bag to let the mycelium take over the bag. And then it takes another month to grow mushrooms after that. So 2 to 3 months. And yeah,
Yeah,
it's
you're
super
exactly
easy.
right. It's
It's
usually in
super
Uncle
easy.
Bill's bags of rice and shit. They usually for like almost a month.
Yeah, you seen
Then a month
that
underneath your bed.
technique? That's one of the techniques, yeah.
And you can order the bags already sterilized and everything. You just have to basically wipe them down with rubbing alcohol and inoculate them. I've never
Was it
had them
Uncle Ben's?
contaminated at that
Yeah.
stage. No,
They
I
got Uncle
actually
Ben's here.
do
They
like
got
the
Uncle Ben's like packaged rice. They got Uncle Ben's here in Australia. What the fuck's going on? Oh, that was weird. Sorry, continue on
but
that.
no, but you can use rice. But no, I just buy the bags of the mixture that they sell. You know, they're like $25 a bag for a 4 pound bag, and I usually get about 2 ounces of mushrooms per bag.
Yeah. Have you are you actively sort of? I'm not doing anything active with it now. I sort of set up to do it. I had a couple of failed runs, and I had to put it aside as far as the operations were concerned. So, but I got a
No,
spore print sitting in the back there, waiting to use that spore print.
No, I did it a few times and I ended up with like, yeah, I have a drawer that's full. Yeah, it's so yeah, not right now. I'm not. I'm prepared. When I bought my spores, I did I can't remember what it's called, but it's not the spores. It's the next one up, and I bought 10 of them. It was 10 for $220 off of Inoculate the World, and I've had really good luck with their spores with Inoculate the World. And yeah. So I have like, I don't know, 6 left, I think, out of the 10.
Rick, if you're seriously want to do that, I know 2 people that do this all the time. One's in Michigan, one's in New York. They also will go backstage on YouTube, so you're not on live stream to talk about it, anything you want, so they can go over it with you. They can
Yeah, it was
really
one
do
of
it
the first
step by
rooms I
step.
jumped in.
Yeah,
And
they
on
love it,
Discord,
honey.
you go to Shroomery. Shroomery.
And that's how I learned. I learned watching YouTube.
Yeah. I mean, they ordered these online. I mean, you could just order the mushrooms themselves, and then they just, like I said, they go Uncle Bill bags, and they just sit there and go through it with you. I mean, at that time I couldn't do it. I thought about it, but listen, it's not hard from even when I was watching. Like, it's so simple. Cannabis is a hell of a lot harder. Like, this is simple. Yeah.
I already built
So
my
once you
own.
get the hang of it, you're good to go, hon. And they do this consistently. They always have jars of them ready to go.
I built my own indoctrination, inoculation little chamber. Like I've got the whole like. Have you ever
Yeah.
seen the cartoon where they're handling the uranium inside of a box and you got the gloves, They're like a little porthole? I got that thing. Okay, like I'm all geared up.
He is set up. Well, yeah, I got 2 close friends, they're named Will and Maddie, that are, I won't go into more details, that are, I would trust, like, the, knowing in that community. So there ain't many people you could trust in that community. People say all day that you can. No. So, yeah, I could give you their YouTube channel. Once they do a live, hang out, say hello, and you'd be surprised. They're pretty cool people.
Well, I would not be surprised by that. I assure you.
One's actually both of them are flat earthers. Believe it or not, too. That's why we click
Christy,
so
have I sent you
well.
a care
Yes,
package yet?
yeah. No.
No, I haven't. Okay, I will if you want. No big deal. If not,
Eventually, in due time, right? No, it's really cool. I
well, I'm
actually
about to open
met
up.
them through COVID times, and some Australian people and everything spoke out around that time, and I met them, and then all of a sudden, when I started speaking about Flat Earth, and they were like, "We are too." One of them was completely used to be on Discord. He hates Discord. He will not be back on Discord again. So yeah, they just kind of got away from speaking about it too much, but they definitely both are. Like I said, we got so many people, guys, out here, everywhere. They're not just on Discord or even the ones you see on YouTube. No, they just don't talk about it that much anymore. But they're around.
Dude, Facebook's recommending flat earthers to me now. I saw that just 2 days ago. It's like, what the fuck's
Yeah.
going on? So I don't know what's going on with the social media stuff, but who knows?
There's a lot of backlash right now too, so we got both going on in the air, right? It's both.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's got it. Like, I mean, I know that I'm on like a couple of flat Earth channels on Facebook, and so it's kind of like, you know, and I get a lot of anti-flat Earth Facebook stuff, but the fact that I got like what seemed to be a pretty legitimate cat, like recommended through, I don't know what the fuck's going on. These I think we're just getting siloed off into our own little worlds. Maybe that's the case of what I'm observing there. If it's recommending like flat Earth content to me, doesn't mean that other people are getting recommended flat Earth content at all. They just get Nicki Minaj and all that other like OnlyFans trash or something. I don't know. I still get that too, but
I don't talk shit about Nikki. Something. I'm kidding. I have no idea who that is.
yeah, you protect that person and her honor. Okay.
All right.
I will
So I'm
say
going to
this
show you guys right
one
now. All right.
I get a lot of
One second.
space stuff in my feed, you know, like the walks and and man, there are so many laugh faces on them. Like a third to half of the people that are reacting to these, you know, like science.usa page and everything, they're getting laughed at because they're realizing that we're being lied to.
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay. Look at Willy Wonka bar.
What about the Willy Wonka bar?
Sort of. I mean, it kind of makes sense. It's in a golden wrapper. And here,
It's the potential, right? That the in this digital age, this is like
sort
the
of like
mirror.
Yeah, it's
they're
like
showing the mirror back at us.
an unboxing kind of thing, right? So it just comes with all the different squares in it, and I'm only going to take 2 for now. I already had 4 earlier, so 2.
What are you doing?
2 squares.
Yeah, cool. Rock and roll. Okay.
Well, let the party begin.
Are they infused?
Yeah, yeah, it's like yeah, it's very strong.
Even my homemade butter doesn't do anything. If anything, it'll put me to sleep. It doesn't. Yeah, edibles
this is
don't
not
affect
that.
me, my wife, or I. It's weird.
I've sent this to multiple people on Discord that you've all spoken with. I'm not going to mention their names, but I'm sending out more care packages tomorrow.
Yeah, like
Along with,
Andrew's like opening up operations over here.
Hey, Maddie, just so you know, I have a very hard time with edibles too. I don't really consume them.
This is
right?
what Daryl sent
What's
me.
happened to me and whatnot.
This
But
is half
I've
of it.
found that if whatever I'm doing, whether it's a gummy or whatever, if I keep it in my mouth, like you want to suck on it, keep it in your cheeks because that's where you absorb the most nutrients and stuff. That's when I actually get the effects the most. It's not when I'm chewing and hurrying up and swallowing them. It's when I try to keep that. Even a chocolate, you want to suck on that chocolate as long as you can. It's what melts. Keep it in your mouth, then swallow as long. So the more you keep it in your cheeks, the more you're going to absorb it. That's how I tend to do mine, honey. If not, I don't feel them at all. Just a heads up, you might want to try that.
That makes sense. We just always figured we just smoked too much.
Hey, don't smoke too much.
Hey now. Don't know. Can you smoke too much?
Oh, come on. What should I do? It's called Gush Mints or Gush Mints. Peanut butter breath. I don't know who the fuck names this stuff. Delicata grape. I don't know. Mod grape or super glue. That doesn't sound safe. Yeah, I've got like an ounce of each, and that's what Daryl sent me. Like that's half of it, and I gave half of it away.
I'm not dissing the Gorilla Glue and get you messed up. Anything that says glue in it, it just tastes like glue.
It's just the name of it. They can call it like
don't like
Gorilla
it.
Panic or something. You know, it doesn't really matter. It's just.
I really think Gorilla Glue tastes like glue, though. Straight up, does not taste good. We'll get you high though.
Andrew, are you sponsored by these brands or something, or
most definitely?
No, it's just my buddy. He's my flat Earth buddy. It's just no.
Is this the advertising segment of the show that you're
No, I met him at Flat Earth,
okay.
the Flat Earth
My bad.
Festival in Vegas.
Oh, that makes sense.
And,
yeah, cool.
And so they
we've been in contact ever since. I'm just saying that he has a farm.
You haven't got any
called
deal
Flat Earth
going
Farms.
Oh yeah.
I am not going to
Okay.
tell you exactly how much, but he's completely legalized and all that kind of stuff. He's, on the franchise
Flat Earth
tax board or
Farms.
whatever.
Yeah. It's like
He doesn't
Tegrity
have a
weed or
website yet.
something, or what's going on here? Like,
Yeah, he grows weed. Yeah.
no, like,
it's
Tegrity
just
weed.
fucking. It's a lot. He makes a lot of fucking money
Not
off of it too, even with
integrity.
all the taxes. I'll hook you guys up. Don't worry. But when I contact him, here's how I met him. He was like, "Hey, you want a chocolate?" I was like, "Sure. What kind of chocolate is it?" This is like the first time I met him. It was like these little heart-shaped chocolates, like not more than like the size of like a quarter. And I was like, he's like, "Oh, it's got psilocybin." Oh, okay, cool. Like, how strong is it? He's like, "It's a microdose, like a little less strengthy than what I just took right now." Again, and I enjoyed that pretty good. I was like, "Can I have more?" So I basically just stayed on mushrooms and chocolates the entire time I was there, and I got a hold of him, and ever since then, he's been mailing me stuff. Excuse me.
May I have some more, please, sir?
Yeah, can I have some more?
And so, as part of your contractual obligations, are you required to shout out or something, or what's going on?
No, I give it away for free. I buy it from him and give it away for free.
Sweet, good for you. Well, good for them.
I don't know. My state's not legal yet, but an hour and a half away, we drive to Michigan, and we can pick it up for $20 an ounce. It's crazy. It's shake, but still 20, and it's good. It's good. We just sit there and man, I got a
That's
bowl
not
of joints
good.
on my
No,
chest. And,
I'm sorry. Come to California. You'll find out what good weed is.
well, I don't think you have to go to California anymore to get good weed. We get really good weed right here in Michigan. Well, I'm in Wisconsin, but hour and a
Wisconsin?
half away.
Yeah.
Yep, Wisconsin.
I don't know,
That's
man.
a
It's just
scam,
I've heard a
dude.
lot of people talk about the climate. I'm not a grower by any means at all, but I've heard a lot of people say that California has the best climate for it, whether it's grown indoors or outdoors. So I don't know, man. It's based on humidity, air pressure, and just lots of different factors, I guess, involved. But California bud it's the best bud in the world, aside from like Amsterdam or something. Maybe Thailand.
It's all the hermaphroditic plants that make it better. I'm just throwing a spanner
what
in the
kind of
works
plant?
to fuck you guys up. You gotta smoke all these bloody feminized plants. Don't
Oh
worry.
fuck! I'm drinking an IPA right now. Let's see, mushrooms. That's not a good idea. Whatever. Hopefully everyone's having a very wonderful day. I know I have been. What's weird is once the mushrooms kick in, like fully, I'm gonna go off camera, and I might start like vacuum like cleaning my carpet, like a meth head.
You got meth mushrooms.
It's like it's or building more of these more
What's
coils.
that? What are you doing?
It's just an inductive coil for different types of circuits.
Righto. Don't blow up the apartment. What are you doing? Oh, yeah.
No, come on.
Have you ever looked into the like that bending of coil, like copper wires, to a certain ratio? Like you bend it at a certain rate, and like it'll structure water. Like it creates a resonance frequency. You looked into that, Andrew?
I'm a little vague on what you're talking about, but I know that if you take
You can do it with
an
jewelry.
electrode, well, if you take an electrode and stick it into water, this is actually one of the experiments that Dr. Emoto actually did. You take two different containers of water, and then you stick electrodes into them, like positive and negative, or whatever else what do you want to call them, and then you start to move them very close to each other. And you have to fill them up at their limit, and you start moving them closer together, and it creates something called a water bridge, and it just stays there. It's fucking weird. But in regards to what you were asking about just now, I cannot say yes. Sounds familiar, but I can't say yes.
I'm looking it up.
And by the way, for anyone that's never done it before, there is the rice water experiment. If anyone's not familiar with what that is, I'll explain it. Nobody? Okay. Everyone knows what it is.
Yeah, we all know what it is.
I don't.
Yeah, but I've done it. I've done it twice.
Is Blob?
It works.
Is Blob's not here? Blob's gone. There's an inversion for the I worked out an inversion for the rice. Is it like the rice experiment? Is that what you want to refer to it as?
So I'm not familiar with that experiment.
It's the rice water experiment.
Rice water experiment.
Yeah, Dr.
Outline it for us.
Miyamoto. Yeah, just look up the rice water experiment. It's a quick. Hold on, I'll just find it. So for anyone listening, I know there's a lot of people listening and not wanting to open up their mic or anything like that. That's fine. So there's this Japanese chemist, physicist guy named Dr. Miyamoto or something like that. Can't remember. I'm sorry. No, there we go. It's one of my first things on my list right there. Internet's going slow.
So basically, what is it? Three jars, with a sort of rice water constitution, and
yes.
Are you talking about the one in which they actually speak the words over the top of the jars, or?
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
I mean, I'll play the video. I mean,
so like, I put this forward in a weird chat before in the other way. I don't know if I'm jumping the gun here a bit, but what is it? The one that you speak hate over develops the most sort of like a fungal response, right? Like it like the food spoils essentially is what the tests sort of indicate.
Yes.
Cool.
All right. So here, let me just go live with it and show you guys.
Here's the inversion though. The one that you speak love over, like it spoils faster, sure. But you could look at it from the other point of view, like it gets in like the food gets used faster. It's got more biodynamics happening within the jar of the one that you speak love over. Sorry. What was it? Like the food doesn't spoil with love. It spoils with hate, apparently.
Correct.
But that means
And
that
I've
then
done
in
this
the
twice.
jar, it has more
It works.
biodiversity within that jar, which is just
Just here, just it's not very long. It's 5 minutes, and
okay.
I'll even put it on a little bit faster speed. I'll put it on 1.5, I suppose, or 1.25. Okay, so I actually heard about this years before I saw any YouTube videos on it. I actually was reading a chemistry book and weird books that I've read in the past, and they were talking about this, how water is the most mysterious element in coordinate chemistry because it's the only element that can actually be turned into a liquid, gas, and a solid and never lose any of its properties. I was like, whoa, that's
Yeah.
kind of weird. Then I saw this, and
I'll tell you
I
what.
read about this. So this, if this doesn't blow your fucking mind, and if you don't act, well, first of all, if you don't try it, then it's not going to do anything to you until you actually try it. This is like the fourth or fifth dimension kind of stuff. It's fucking weird. I don't know how to explain it, but it works. I've done it twice in a row. So here you go. Okay, so if you don't think that's possible, then try it. And you have to actually have intention behind that experiment. And yes, that is actually an experiment because there are variables involved, such as, I mean, there's lots of different variables you can include into it. And it's empirical. It's testable, repeatable, and demonstratable. So I've done it twice. I may do it again. But most of my mason jars have gone into the fray because I've been sending them out with care packages, if you know what I mean. But it does
Wink, wink.
work.
Yeah, got it. Okay. What if I was to invert this? What if I was to say that the notion of like the fact that there's more biological activity within the jar that says hate would imply then that, well, hate creates more biological activity. If that's the operative that you want to go for, which is more biological activity, that's the operative jar. That's what you would choose. If you're just going based on the fact that I can still eat the one that says love on top of it, I mean, that's just because, I don't know, what? It's more
Well,
sanitary?
you can. Okay, so the first time I did it, and I published that, well, I showed it to people. They were like, "Oh yeah, well, did you sterilize the jars? Is it all the same kind of rice? All these different variables?" And I was
Yeah,
like,
I'm
"No."
bypassing all of that. I'm acknowledging the outcomes, right? I'm not disputing the outcomes. I'm pointing out that it depends on what the operative, like if you think that because the love jar has the least amount of, like, it's more edible supposedly, is that the operative, or is more biological activity the operative? Do you get where I'm coming from with this at all?
Not really.
Okay. If when doing this test, you're trying to keep the jar and preserve the rice for as long as possible for human consumption, that's just that's a priority set by the human intention. But just like biologically speaking, like if you were to look at the diversity that's occurring within the jar that says hate, the amount of biological activity that's going on, you would say that that's a higher biological activity that's occurring compared to the love jar. It depends on how you're like measuring what's a positive or a good outcome, right? I mean, assumed within this particular experiment is that because the rice remains like consumable by humans for longer, it suggests that the love jar is beneficial and ideal. If you were to invert it and say that, okay, well, I mean, maybe its consumption is not the primary. Maybe the fact that it's got more biodiversity occurring is the optimal, the thing you're seeking. So therefore, the jar with the hate over the top of it, and it's more
I think you're
biological
inverting
activity.
the entire point, though.
That's my point, though. Like, you can invert it in that way. It just depends on the way that you want to perceive the outcome. That's the whole point of what I'm putting forward here, Andrew. It's actually to sort of posit the notion that, it's a kind of, what's the hypothesis here? Like, is it to keep the rice consumable by humans, or is
Here's
it
the
to
hypothesis.
increase it?
So let's just say that I have a mason jar. This is just an empty glass, but I take some water and I seal it, some rice, and seal it in there. And I were to say negative things to it every single day, all by itself, and then separate that from everything else, which I did. That was the second time I did it. Like, I fucking hate you. I hope you die. you scum, you piece of shit, all these different horrible, nasty things that you shouldn't be saying to people unless you're willing to pick a fight or something. So
Mhm.
there's that one. And then you have your other, same glass, by the way, one which is just neutral. And you put the same amount of rice in there, cover it up, and just leave it by itself. And then, as I did, what I walked over to, this is actually therapeutical, by the way, to do this. It's sort of like hitting a punching bag. And it's also thinking about people and things you appreciate, like girlfriends, your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your friends, and just say things that you actually appreciate in your life. Yeah,
Very
it's
close to
got the rice in it.
Scientology. I feel it.
Okay. No, it's not Scientology. Whoa, hold on now. No, it's just
Do
whoa.
the same
I was
thing.
taking it a little
You can
too
do the
far.
same thing without. You can do the same thing without rice. Like you freeze water and you can freeze your emotions in the water and stuff. I put it in the chat. I posted a link. I haven't actually watched the video. I just your conversation reminded me of this that I video that I saw years ago where they were freezing water and like the shape of the crystals would change. The ones with love would, from what I remember, now this is years ago, they'd be more patterned, more like a beautiful, just, and the ones that were angry, they had no pattern. They were just chaotic. And if I remember correctly, like I said, I posted a video. I haven't
Correct.
watched that video yet, but yeah, it's not just rice water. You can do that with just plain water too.
Well, yeah, it's just about water in general, but this is the rice water experiment where if you boil the rice, you just take rice by itself, it's not going to do anything. It has to have the essence of water into it. And you can do it with an apricot, a pear, an apple, but those things will definitely take longer. Sorry, they will grow fungi and will erode very quickly versus rice. That's why I think Dr. Emoto was actually using rice. I don't know exactly, but he spent the better part of 20 years actually doing this experiment. Also taking different types of water, whether it be just regular river water, rainwater, and tap water, and then flash freezing it and seeing what the structures of it are, sort of like a snowflake. And it's pretty remarkable to see what the differences are. Versus if you take that same stuff and then separate it and then say hateful things to it. And the cell structure, or the snowflake, if you want to call it that, is completely erratic. And a lot of people will say, oh, that's just a bunch of wishy-washy nonsense. It's like, all right, well, try it yourself and then come back to me and tell me if it works. And some people say it doesn't work. But at the same time, if they didn't have their mason jar, it's just a regular cup or water glass. If they didn't have the right intentions, if they didn't mean it, it doesn't work. You actually have to say it. You have to mean it. Like, I love you. I really do. I really love you. Sort of like if I was going to say it to my girlfriend, to my mother, my father, my brother, my sister. You have to mean it. If you say that in that direction, if you do it, well, what I did was at least once per day, every morning before I went to work, and then at least again once per night before I'd go to bed. And it took about 2 months before I started seeing results. And once I started seeing the result, it changed my life. Because it was a very controlled experiment. The first time I ever did it. I was like, whoa, there's no way that can be happening. But it was happening. And then maybe it was like because of the tone of my voice. Or the tone of my voice. Or just the ignore one had no tone of voice. Try it yourself. If you don't believe me, again, try it yourself.
You're
You have to
talking to
mean it.
people, think about this experiment. We're made out of water. Our bodies do the same thing as the rice water does, or the regular water does. When you talk to somebody, you're affecting the water that's in them, either putting good vibrations or bad vibrations in them. That's why our Creator tells us to be kind and love everyone. So just my 2 cents.
Okay. I cannot disagree with that. Yeah, everything's made of water. If water wasn't here, we wouldn't be here. And that's the other thing about that whole debate that happened last night with Taylor and I forget what his name is. How he believes that the Big Bang was real and these other concepts, and that a bunch of asteroids essentially collided and created the Earth, creating these colossal things. Where did water come from? So far, like the oceans. Where did it come from? So far, every single time I've tried to ask that to anyone, there's not an answer. Well, there's not a legitimate answer. If anyone has an answer that's listening, please rebut my question, or at least try to answer it. Use the internet if you want to. I don't care. According to the Big Bang Theory, where did the water come from?
Well,
I know
according to
right
the
now.
Big Bang Theory, everything evolved from hydrogen. The only element that was there when the Big Bang Theory happened was hydrogen, and everything evolved from all the other elements evolved from there. So
So it
it's
coalesced
just
into water.
ridiculous.
And they knew that because they were around back then. Sounds like the biggest load of horse shit I've ever heard. No offense to anyone that actually believes that, but either you believe in nonsense or you prove it. Or there's an alternative theory. Which is Occam's razor, also known as the law of parsimony, meaning that the simplest explanation tends to be the right one. The one that has the least amount of explanations, again, is the one that tends to be the right one. Not always is the Occam the anti-razor. Are you familiar with the anti-razor? Have you guys ever heard of that? It's a pretty interesting thing. I'll just play it for you guys. Seems like a pretty dead audience. I mean, there's only like 2 or 3 people speaking. I seem to be the only one on stage at the moment. Yeah, my internet is bogging down for some reason. What is going on?